Is it time?
It is time for us to do what we have been doing, and that time is every day.
We'll see what happens. We'll know in a very short period of time, but it looks like it could be something that will be not good. Believe me, not good.
I am a dissident.
Don't move. Move.
I'm saying no. Why you hear Palantir, 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 Palantir? It's not going to be stopped.
Seriously, we need to release the F-scene list.
Turns off.
I am not a church boy.
Turns off.
They're full-on vampires.
They hate our beef. They hate our beef. They hate our beef because our beef is beautiful and theirs is weak.
Not good. Believe me, not good.
Hello, dissidents. Welcome, one and all, to a special Sunday evening year in review episode of the Do Dissidents podcast. Keaton Weiss here with Russell Dobular. Just got to unmute that microphone.
Hello.
How's everybody doing? Hey, if I look a little different today, it's because one of the Christmas presents that I got was a professional podcaster's elevated desk. You know, the desk.
Did you really?
Yeah, Amanda got that for me. Just a little behnd the scenes. Until
how is that?
It's a joy. It's a delight because I
Dude,
have.
Point the camera at it. I'm curious now. Can you do that?
Well, kind of.
Maybe I should get one of those. Yeah. I mean, not now. I'm leaving.
I don't want to move it now. Maybe I'll do it.
Yeah, if it's going to be a pain, don't do it.
Do it
late. Do it after the show. Let me see.
Yeah. But I used to do the show on this. I used to mount my laptop on this, a printer box, a cardboard printer box, which, you know, not as flexible. Also, I had no room underneath it. Now I have all this room underneath.
I've got mine on
the
two
computer.
Bucks.
Yeah. No, this is a real pleasure. But I also got the best Christmas gift I think I've ever received. Also, a gift from my beautiful wife, Amanda. If you have someone in your life with ADD, you have to get them this gift. So,
a ball of yarn?
No, it's this thing that goes on my keys that beeps. So if you lose your keys, you can call your keys from your phone. So if you lose your keys, there's an app. You program it on Bluetooth. You put on your phone that you lost your keys, and you hit find. And you hear that? Your keys start beeping. Amazing, right? Now, hold on. It gets better. Better.
I'm trying to adjust something. Keep going.
All right. Well, I'm talking to the audience. Yeah, it gets better. So if, let's say, you have your keys, but you lost your phone, you can page your phone from your keys, even if, here's the big selling point, even if your phone's ringer is on silent. I almost always have my phone's ringer on silent because either I'm doing a show or there's a sleeping baby or something. So I almost always have my phone on silent. So when I lose my phone, it's a pain in the ass to find it. But even when your phone is on silent, all I got to do now, if I have my keys and I lose my phone, I double tap my keychain. Wait a minute. And there it is. My phone rings, and now I can go find it. So that is an extraordinary gift. If anyone in your life has ADHD and they're constantly misplacing things and it causes them a lot of stress, I mean, what a time saver. I did lose my keys once since it was such a great gift. I was looking forward to losing my keys when I got this just so I could try it out. And I did. It was under a stack of laundry, and it would have taken me a half hour to find this, if not more. But instead, I paged it, they rang, and so that's it. So it's called... This is not even a sponsored, okay? We're not even getting paid to do this.
Yeah.
It's Life 360.
But we should be.
Yeah.
You should send them this video.
Yeah. It's called Life 360. What a thing. And they even sell these little cards that you could put in your wallet so that you could page your wallet. You could be all set. Wallet, keys, phone. That's the big three.
Wow.
And so, yeah. No, it's pretty amazing. We also got a lovely gift from our friend Jimmy. We got a basket of tropical fruit Oh, those I've been sucking
Yes.
those down, man. I've been
Yeah, I'm
two
having them with
boxes,
breakfast. Yeah.
2 boxes full of dragon fruit and a couple of pink pineapples. Oh, I've just been carving those up and sucking those down. They are very refreshing. They really make you want to move to a place that nurtures life. Especially here we are in the Northeast,
Yeah,
the cold,
that would
damp
be nice,
winter.
yeah.
You taste a fresh piece of fruit like that. You want to move down to the tropics. It's more hospitable to life. Although then again, life is not always a great thing. You can have killer insects and bugs and all that shit. But I miss it this time of year.
You should have come on my trip with me, man.
Oh, yeah. Lots of life there. Yeah.
Could have eaten lots of dragon fruit and been attacked by 7-foot mosquitoes.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. So I hope everybody had a good
It's not
Christmas.
malaria season.
That's true. It's not malaria season. Hope everybody had a good Christmas. Shout out to Jake, who's in the booth with us tonight. Round of applause for Jake in the chat, please. We're at 11:59 in the YouTube chat. That's a great number to start things off. We're at 5:52 over on Rumble. So thanks everybody very much for being here. Appreciate you all. And
that's where I'm OCD. I hate being off center.
Yeah, now you're perfectly centered. Yeah,
now
you're perfectly centered now. Look very good. Lighting looks good too. My lighting is a little off. I haven't really adjusted the lighting to the height of the new desk yet.
I gotta get a desk like that, man, because I'm doing exactly what you're describing. What I just did was the light was too low, so I was getting like shadowed down here. So I have to raise it with more books. My computer sits on books.
Right. Yeah. No. This is
all right. Well,
good.
as you may see, me and Keaton may do a show in the same room. We might do it.
Maybe it might happen
because he has to come down before I leave. And we might make it a show day.
We might make it a show day, indeed. Oh, yeah, program note. We were going to do a show on New Year's Day, but now things have come up where we are not going to do a show New Year's Day. So we're off New Year's Day. So it'll be Sunday and Tuesday. Q&A tonight. We'll do a film club Tuesday night. We haven't finalized the film quite yet. We'll finalize that on Tuesday and let you all know, of course. But that's the schedule for this week. Another abbreviated week since it is the holidays. But, hey, we're here tonight. A lot of podcasts take the whole holidays off, not us.
Yeah, fuck them.
Workhorses that we are. We put in the time. And tonight, we are doing our 2025 year in review show. What a year it has been. We're going to go over the winners. How many years
have we done this? When did we start doing this? 2021?
2022 was our first year.
That was the first year
review.
We did that?
Yeah. Yep. That's right. That's right. So we're going to count down the winners, the losers, the hacks, the sellouts, the best and worst propaganda of the year, the tweet of the year, the worst people of the year, and, of course, the dissidents of the year. Once we're done with our year-end awards festivities, we will do our 2025 prediction scorecard. We will go over our predictions heading into this year at the end of last year, see how we did, and then we will register 5 more predictions each for 2026. So that's what's on the agenda for tonight. So without further ado, let's jump right in to the winners, the big winners of 2025.
Okay, so a word about this before we get into it, so we don't have a lot of on the spectrum stuff in the comments section when we drop the videos. When we say winners, it is in the spirit of Time Magazine's Person of the Year, right? It doesn't mean we endorse that person. We're just saying they did all right for themselves.
Right.
They did all right. This whole thing worked out for them pretty good.
Right.
It's like I always say about the Irish gangster Oni Madden. Usually crime doesn't pay. For him, it did.
Right.
So for some of these people, crime pays. Starting with Barry Weiss.
Barry Weiss
winning. Come on, man. She's a talentless hack who's never done anything but write opinions that please oligarchs, who then funded her failed newsletter. Free Press never got good views, still doesn't, even with the profile she has now as editor-in-chief of CBS. Still does not do a lot of views. What does she get for that? $150 million. So we think we're worth at least $151 million at that point, but nobody's buying. We don't have the right opinions for anyone to give us that kind of money. Zora Mamdani. Whether you love him, you hate him, that cat really defied the odds It's it's kind of a Muslim Rocky story. It's kind of a halal Rocky story, you could say. You know, he really nobody thought he had a chance. Especially New York is very shit libby, and as soon as Cuomo got in, people figured, they're not going to care if he grabbed and groped women. He's the establishment choice. But no, man, he really beat the odds. Elon. Now you might be saying, why is Elon a winner? All right, so let me break this down for you. I mean, other than the usual baseline richest man in the world, why is he particularly a winner this year? All right, so what happens? What happens this year? So Elon announces Doge, and what does he do with Doge? He uses Doge to destroy all the agencies that are investigating him, that are regulating his companies. He goes into the government and literally cuts the budget of the departments that are investigating his companies. And the guy who is looking at Alipay, looking at WeChat, things that I've loaded now in anticipation of going to China. And they have everything apps. Yeah, you go on these apps and you can order theater tickets. You can get your equivalent of an Uber. All that stuff is in one app. This guy who has aspirations of creating an everything app basically hoovered up all your data. Hoovered up everybody's data. You think that's not what he did with Doge? 21 of his own employees quit talking about the privacy problems with Doge. And then what does he do? This is going to come up again over the course of the night. He says, time to drop the really big bomb. Trump is in the Epstein files. So, wow, man, he must have paid a really big price for that. He gets a $200 million contract with the Pentagon in July after that. Ends the year, invited to a state dinner at the White House. Trump is all smiles with him. No problems with him. Now you might be saying, well, what do you mean? It's a great year for him. His car sales are in the toilet. Tesla U.S. sales dropped to nearly 4-year low in November. Sales are collapsing worldwide. China, Europe, America, everywhere. Nobody wants to buy a Tesla. Cybertruck sales tanked 62% in 1 quarter. Nobody wants this stupid truck. And yet, Tesla shareholders approve a $1 trillion pay package as the core business is collapsing. Why? Oh, don't worry. It's not a car company. It's a robotics company. Don't worry about it. I got it. $1 trillion. And look at the stock. The stock, as of Friday's close, 475, only a little bit off its record high, which it closed at on December 16th, and it hit its intraday high at 498 on December 22nd. That is winning. That is winning, and that is an indictment of the system we have that makes this guy a winner. But yes, he definitely won this year. Larry Ellison, needless to say, bought up TikTok, bought up Paramount. A little bit of a sour note for him at the end of the year with Netflix getting the nod on the Warner Brothers deal, but they're not taking no for an answer, as many predicted, and are in the process of trying to do a hostile takeover of Warner Brothers. Peter Thiel, man. Peter Thiel. Not only does he have a $10 billion Army software contract in addition to all of his other contracts with the government, he's getting all of your data in America. He's also getting all their data in the UK. UK here announcing a partnership with Palantir to go through all the national health services records. They're getting all your data. They're getting all your data. They're the ones who are going to be predicting your future, telling you what job you have to have, predicting what kind of criminal you're going to be, locking you up for it in advance. This was a great year also for people in the Epstein files, man. They got the government working really, really hard to suppress evidence of their existence in these files and to make sure they'll never be prosecuted. It's very nice for these people to have a friendly government to work with. Jesus Christ. You know that your government is really compromised when the royal family is more accountable than your government is. The royal family at least stripped this guy of his titles and his duties. And there's our illustrious president there. Nothing to see. Nothing to see. Look at that. That was a crazy picture. I can't believe that didn't just end his whole career. But no. Jelaine, winning. Sex traffics underage girls for decades with Epstein. And what happens, man? She gets moved to Club Fed, to a minimum security prison that somebody with her charges, according to the law, is not even supposed to be held in. You're not even supposed to be qualified to be in a prison like that if you have a long sentence, which she does, or if you are convicted of a sex crime, which she is on both those scores. She's not even eligible to be in a prison like that. Not only is she there, they're treating her like it's the Four Seasons. She has access to the copiers, to the faxes, which again, she could reach out and threaten victims if she wants to. You're not supposed to have access to anything like that. Yeah, no, she's and now just last week, she's trying to get the court to set aside her conviction. And if that doesn't work, Trump is saying exactly the same things about pardons that he said before he pardoned his other cronies and people who could point the finger at him. I haven't thought about a pardon. That's the surest sign Trump's going to pardon you. I haven't thought about it. People are talking about it. I haven't given it any thought. Next day, pardoned. Nick Fuentes. He started out, being like a Temu Sam Rockwell, but he's doing pretty good building up his own little Reich there. Kudos. A lot of people say that American kids today don't want to work hard. They've lost their grit. Look at him. Look at the pluck, vim, and vigor. He didn't say, nobody wants a fascist leader anymore. He went for it. And he used, this is a lesson for you kids. When life hands you lemons, you make lemonade, right? He used what was available, what was at hand. He realized, beer halls are not the place to organize a fascist movement anymore. It's all gone online, and he's done an amazing job. Good on him. Hey, the kids are all right.
Also, best art direction, Nick Fuentes. Look at those pumpkins. He really decks things out for the holidays. The Christmas trees and then Halloween. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, he's not at all gay.
Great art direction.
Measles. Big year for measles.
Yes. Comeback year
for measles. Yeah. It's almost like vaccines for measles are necessary to stop measles. Who knew?
Well, it's a story of perseverance, It's a story of endurance,
It is.
Like measles was almost gone.
Nick
They were
Fuentes.
gone. There was no measles, There was almost out, but just so you know, never give up. You can always make a comeback.
You can. Measles was like the 20th century for measles was Rocky 1.
Right. Yeah.
And
exactly.
the 21st century is Rocky 2.
Yeah.
Right. He lasted through that 10 count.
That's right.
Right. The vaccine is out for the count.
Underdog.
Yeah. Look at that. Woo. Look at that spike. Look at that spike in 2025. So weird, right? When RFK Jr. took over Health and Human Services, you have this enormous spike in measles. That's so strange. It's almost like they're related. It's almost like the felching guy shouldn't be in charge of hygiene.
Well, there's definite correlation. I'll say that.
Yes, not causation, but there's definitely correlation.
Right.
Tucker, he's had a great year, man. He fought the law and he won. He has taken on the entrenched establishment, the Zionist establishment in conservative media and conservative foundations and think tanks. And he's winning, man. He tore apart the Heritage Foundation. He started a civil war at the most storied conservative think tank. Ratings are great, right? Podcast surges up the charts amid MAGA rift over Israel-Iran conflict because he's representing what MAGA was supposed to be, right? Anti-war, anti-foreign intervention, not pro-Zionist, anti-Zionist. This is where the people actually are, not that freak show that TPUSA put on, which we'll get to. And he won the much coveted Anti-Semite of the Year award from Stop Anti-Semitism. Word is Ms. Rachel was devastated by her loss. She felt it was really unfair to her. She had done a lot for it, but yep, went to Tucker, man. Went to Tucker. Went to the straight white male, of course. But winner of the year, gotta say Zoran Mamdani. And one of the reasons for that is most of the rest of these people were kind of already winning. They just won more this year, right? With Mamdani, that is a real man bites dog story. That is a real against the odds triumph. And again, that's not an endorsement one way or the other, but I don't think anybody can argue that was not a remarkable bit of political acumen that he displayed to win that race against all odds. Nobody predicted he was going to be able to defeat the Democratic establishment in a town that is really known for being an establishment town.
Yeah, no, there's no doubt. There's no doubt. He has to be the winner of the year just because of how much the odds were stacked against him. You know, in New York, not only is it a machine politics town, but it's really the home of the libs. So not only do you have a lot of opposition, you know, organized around a very Tammany Hall-like Democratic Party establishment machine, but you also have a voting base that, you know, has historically been just, you know, so frustratingly subservient to that machine, right? In other words, like, you don't even need, in years past, you wouldn't even need a corrupt political machine to exert your will. You just tell the voters to vote a certain way, and they do. But Cuomo was a bridge too far for them, and Mamdani took advantage. I mean, it was a crowded field. It was still a tough field to break out of for a guy that very few people had ever heard of. But that first video that went viral of Mamdani walking around, you know, Queens, talking to the working class voters, mostly black and brown voters who voted for Trump, that went viral. A few other videos went viral, and he ran essentially a flawless campaign, which is what he needed to overcome those odds. And of course, we haven't even mentioned just the entrenched Zionist power in New York City, both on the political level, the media level. And so, yeah, man, I mean, that was certainly a little engine that could story. Whereas, you know, Elon, Larry Ellison, those guys, yes, they made out like bandits, but they came in like bandits, right?
They came in like bandits. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. And for somebody on a stage in a New York City debate to refuse to acknowledge Israel's right to exist as a Jewish state in this most Zionist city, forget about in America, outside of Israel, this is the most Zionist city on the planet. And for him to win, you can hear Cuomo, how confident he was that that was going to be a deal breaker. You hear him, he won't say it. He won't say it. He really wants it. He thinks he's got it right there. For him to come back and win, or if anything, I think that helped him in the end. That's an amazing story.
Yep, no doubt about it. No doubt about that. All right, let's go to some Rumble Rants and Super Chats here. We're at 1739 in the chat, 484 in the like column. Let's juice that like column, please, and thank you very much. Hillary Hinton says James Corbett just dropped an exhaustive 5-hour doc called False Flags, The Secret History of Al-Qaeda. It's so good that I'm making him an honorable dirtbag. Well, thank you, Hillary Hinton. Appreciate that. Vienticus Prime says everything's a scam, everything's a lie. I'm going to take the coal Santa gave me and jam it right back in that fucker's eye. Thank you. Vienticus, appreciate that. Abiding says, as Tracy and Taibbi recede into the dustbin of history, I'd like to nominate Ryan Grimm and Taylor Lorenz as comeback journalists of 2025. Both have been doing important work. You know, it's funny you mentioned that. We did consider Taylor Lorenz for winner of the year just because, she really has revived her reputation in a big way. So much so she got invited on Glenn Greenwald's show, and he was a huge. I mean, they were real nemesis. Yeah. And so that is not a bad pitch. Abiding. We actually did consider Taylor Lorenz for one of the winners for that reason. So a little honorable mention there from Abiding 71 for the low cost of $1. Professor Brown note. Prediction 2026 video of Dissidents, Shama Sawant, and Steve Bannon doing high fives on Epstein's plane. With our theater skills, we played our audiences like a violin. Thank you, Professor Brownnote. Appreciate that. All right, let's do some super chats, shall we?
Yes, we shall. All right. Heavy snack with the SDNY holding over 1 million Epstein files. What are the odds there is at least one photo of Epstein, Taibbi, and Winnie the Pooh? I give it 50-50. Give it 50-50 odds, at least, minimum. Jolly Man Big Boy, do you have a Chappelle phrase that you would never say, but would only show everyone that you were compromised? Yeah, I retire.
Yeah, exactly. That's it. I retire. Like, once you have to do that, just retire.
Just retire.
Do something
That's
else.
it. Yep. If I
That's why I
retire,
have my music podcast now.
yeah,
The backup.
that's why I have a travel podcast in case they ever shut us down.
Yeah.
Rock McDonald's. Happy holidays to you both. You keep me sane in an insane world. Your open mouths awaiting my harvest. Hey, you got to read that.
Your open mouths awaiting my harvest. Yes.
Yes. Speaking of my child, this will drop this week. So Matthew Broderick ran away from me like a thief.
Yeah.
This weekend. You saw that?
Yeah. It's called Russell on the Road NYC. YouTube.com/@ Russell on the Road NYC.
Yes, I will probably drop that tomorrow. I went to see Tartuffe, which I would highly recommend. It was a really great production of that. It's not easy to take those classical plays and really breathe life into them and make them relevant. And Matthew Broderick, usually this stunt casting that you see, like Waiting for Godot is a prime example. Stunt casting is when they put celebrities in to get people to come see the show. Almost always you wind up feeling there are 1,000 anonymous New York actors who would kill this, but no one would come to see it, who aren't going to get the opportunity to do it, who would do it better than this actor. It's not the case with Matthew Broderick. He's an actual theater actor.
Right.
And David Cross was also in it. He was very good. So I would definitely recommend it. But yeah, I was doing my review outside. I wasn't even trying to do this. And Matthew Broderick, it's just the stage door is there. Like, well, how are they going to leave? There's no way for them to leave anonymously.
Right.
So he was leaving, and I tried to get the interview. He's like, yeah, people should see it. Not interested at all.
Well, there you go. That's the channel. The music channel is youtube.com.
Should have pulled a save Ferris. He probably would have liked that better.
Yeah. That's the music channel now that I mentioned it. youtube.com @ShufflePod. Had a couple fun videos drop yesterday, so check them out @ShufflePod. All right. What else we got over here? All right, I guess we can move right on along. All right, folks. So for every winner, there must be a loser. Here we are moving right along to the biggest losers of 2025. We just had a super chat referencing this, but one of the big losers has to be Olivia Nuzzi. Not only did she get humiliated by her ex-fiance who leaked RFK's wonderful poems. I'm going to squeeze your cheeks to force open your mouth. I'm going to hold your nose to encourage you to swallow.
Oh, it's her ex, Ryan Lizza, right?
Ryan Lizza, yeah.
Yeah, isn't he the one he's getting $40,000 to $70,000 for this speech? Everyone's roasting him now.
No, that's what.
Is that him too?
No, that's Ezra Klein. That's Ezra Klein.
Right, that's Ezra Klein.
Yeah, no, Ryan Lizza. I think he's a Politico journalist. He's a journalist too, but he's got a Substack. Yeah. So his Substack, I guess, is doing well with that illicit RFK poetry. But after news of the affair surfaced, not only did she lose her upcoming marriage, she got fired by the New Yorker. She then terminated her whatever contract she had with Vanity Fair, and then she wrote a book about this whole thing called American Canto, which was just released at the beginning of this month, and it sold 1,165 copies in its first week. So there are more people watching this live stream. In fact, twice as many people watching this live stream right now as who bought Olivia Nuzzi's book.
That would be a really interesting offbeat documentary to go track down the people who bought that book and interview them.
Yeah, right. I mean, you think I guess she's not that famous a person. You'd think you could get a few hundred of your friends and contacts to buy the book. No, I mean, 1,100 copies in a week. Yeah, that's an L. That is an L for sure. Tim Pool also took a big L this year. It started falling apart for Tim Pool this year way back in April when he let out of the bag that he agreed to what was supposed to be a secret roundtable meeting with Benjamin Netanyahu and other influencers.
I got late word that I was invited to a private roundtable meeting with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. It was under what's called Chatham House rules. For those that are not familiar, this means that you cannot reveal anybody who attended, nor attribute anything to any one individual, as they can deny it.
Well, I guess that makes it all right.
However,
yeah,
what I love about what the White
people
House is
weren't
currently
supposed
doing,
to know about it.
when you bring together a bunch of influencers and podcasters who don't know much about journalism culture, whatever you want to call it, not that we respect it tremendously, most people didn't know what Chatham House meant. So, with all due respect, it's funny because they bring
journalism culture is we take secret off-the-record meetings with genocidal war criminals who we cover every day in the news. That's what that's proper journalism.
And don't disclose
culture.
it.
And we don't disclose it. That's the thing. We don't tell anybody about it after we do it. So that's when things really started going downhill for Tim Pool, and here they are going literally downhill. Social Blade, by the way, is a site where you guys could check on your favorite YouTubers to see how they're doing. So if you suspect they're eating it, you could check. But yeah, that's the trend. So that kind of downward slope there, that's from September to about now. So the views are down. And yeah, I remember a couple weeks ago, he was talking about quitting the show entirely. I don't know if he's going to make good on that, but yeah, certainly not a good year for Tim Pool, whichever way you slice it. All right, next we have 3 New York politicians, the New York politician trilogy of losers. First and foremost, Chuck Schumer. Things went downhill for him at the beginning of the year when he caved to Republicans on the continuing resolution, facing enormous backlash from within the party. If you look at Chuck Schumer's approval rating in January of 2023, it stood at 76%. In December 2025, it stands at 39%. When you add together the positives and the negatives and you do all the math, that is yet a negative 73-point swing. That is a big L for Chuck Schumer, no doubt about it. Second, if Mamdani is the big winner of the year, we know Andrew Cuomo is one of the big losers of the year. He is so big a loser, he broke the libs. He is the guy who was a bridge too far for the libs. You have a voter base of Democrats who, no matter who it is and how odious they are, whether it's Hillary Clinton or Joe Biden or Dan Goldman or Hakeem Jeffries or Nancy Pelosi, they will do the bidding for whatever politician in good standing they are supposed to support. But he was the guy who just could not seal the deal, even with the No Kings people. He was a bridge too far for them. He came in the odds-on favorite. I was sure he would win the race when he jumped in, and he could not make it happen. Not only could he not win the primary, he decided to humiliate himself even further by staying in for the general and losing to Zohran Mamdani twice. The third loser New York politician is Elise Stefanik. Now, when you go way back to the beginning of the year, she was supposed to be the representative to the United Nations. I mean, she was supposed to be part of the national Trump team. And then he pulled that and said, no, we need you in Congress instead. But she didn't stay in Congress. She then launched a bid for governor, which she just pulled the plug on about a week and a half ago, and things were so eventful that we didn't do a segment on that. But in case you missed it, Elise Stefanik not running for governor of New York anymore, nor is she seeking re-election to Congress. So you start the year off as the would-be ambassador to the United Nations, and you finish the year as a would-be assistant manager at Dairy Queen. That is a downward trajectory for Elise Stefanik, certainly one of the losers of the year. Also, the Nobel Foundation. How could we leave them off? And this foreshadows a future award recipient. But how you give a Nobel Peace Prize to a woman who is actively agitating for a regime change war on her own soil, that really, did away with whatever goodwill people had for the Nobel Foundation going into this year. And you might say they were on thin ice from a popularity standpoint going in to 2025. They come out of it just entirely discredited. So yeah, the Nobel Foundation, of course, one of the big losers. But the biggest loser of 2026 has to be, just no other way to put it, the MAGA movement. Has to be the biggest loser of the year. Talk about suckers and losers. They're losing on Epstein. They're losing on no new wars. They're losing on jobs, 1 million job cuts. They're losing on inflation. They're losing on Argentina, $40 billion bailout to Argentina. They're losing at farming. They're losing in meatpacking. They're losing in regime change wars. They're losing on Middle East peace. They're even losing, when you add up the numbers, on mass deportations. They're getting the spectacle of beating on brown people, which is, to be fair, a lot of what a lot of them really care about, apparently. But on substance, it's just been L after L after L after L. And so, they are certainly the losers of the year. You know, people within MAGA really blame the killing of Charlie Kirk for the divisions within the movement. And while I would agree that, Charlie Kirk was a strong enough leader to the point where having him is obviously a net positive. You can't chalk it up to that. Fish rots from the head down. Donald Trump betrayed his base on just about every promise he made, and they are stuck holding the bag, if you will. And so, they are the big losers of the year, no doubt about it.
They are winning on the number of their leaders appearing in the Epstein files.
That's true. They are
ahead. Nobody saw that coming. Turns out the call was coming from inside Epstein's mansion the whole time.
That's right.
Look at that.
That's right.
And this is part of why Tucker is as popular as he is. It's part of why Fuentes is as popular as he is, because in many ways, they're continuing to voice what people who joined that movement, so-called movement, thought they were getting, and they got none of it. And that has opened up an enormous opportunity for people who want to pick up that torch, who want to pick up that mantle. I think if they didn't whack him, if Massey decided to run for president, you'd have a very good chance of winning the primary.
Yes. I think so too. All right. Let's move right on along here. What do we got for super chats? Go ahead.
Yep. Jim Talib, super sticker. Thank you, man. Elizabeth Marshall, sorry not to be a regular contributor anymore. Call me retired bad capitalist. Keep up the great work and Happy New Year. Despite the world. Hey, nothing to apologize for, man. You take care of yourself first.
Yeah,
we're fine. For, of course. They always need coal miners.
That's right. That's right.
French Laundry, $9.99 super sticker. Thank you, French Laundry. And we'll do one more here.
Wow, thank you.
Technically factual. Christmas bonus, well deserved. More than Clark Griswold got. Yeah. I was reading an article that Chevy Chase was very hurt they didn't invite him for the 50th anniversary. And this is where I'm at an age now. A lot of times I read an article where I know a kid wrote it who doesn't know the background of the story. Everyone hated Chevy Chase. And that wasn't even in the story. Like, it was pretty clear to me the writer didn't know that. Like, they just took it at face value. Like, yeah, he was very hurt. He was an asshole. Everyone couldn't stand him. That's why you never see any movies from that period where any of the Saturday Night Live people collaborated with Chevy Chase on a movie. They hated that guy.
Right.
That's why he wasn't invited.
He was very unpopular. Very unpopular person, that Chevy Chase.
He was very disliked.
Very disliked. Very disliked. Sorry, I was a little distracted there. Check your text. Big things happening this week. We're not going to say anything on the air, obviously, but big things. I'm not even giving any hints. I just wanted you to know that I wasn't zoning out for no reason. I got distracted.
I mean, you get distracted.
Well, if you don't have your phone, then you're not finding out for a couple hours. But I just wanted to let you know it wasn't.
Hang on. You're going to read your things now, right?
Yeah.
All right. So I'm going to get my phone.
All right. But we can't say anything. Can't say anything. Got to let that hang in the air. I know it's going to be frustrating for the audience, but we can't say anything. All right. If you're watching and he says something by accident, I apologize. I can't guarantee he won't slip up and say something. I won't. I know what I'm doing over here. Okay. But just wanted to issue that as a disclaimer. Keaton isn't wearing pants. Don't adjust. Keaton isn't wearing pants. Don't adjust the camera. Thank you, be doing. I actually am wearing pants, but you can actually see further down on my shirt now because of the new setup. So you could see more of the maybe I'll wear more graphic tees now because of that. Raven.
Oh, snap.
Yeah, but obviously, we can't even give a hint. We can't even angle towards it. Just a correction, Tesla is not just a car manufacturer. People are investing for robots. Mark Pugliese, New York Times crossword clue, movement Herman Wouk called a single long action of life-saving. Answer, Zionism. Oh, I get it. You're doing a Jeopardy clue. Interesting. All right. Thanks, Mark Pugliese.
I mean, I'm just going to say, I can't believe that Benny Johnson would go to a public glory hole like that.
Yeah, right. Exactly. People who think it's important to have heroes turning out to be betrayed. Oh, my, what a shock. That's never happened in history before. It might be nice if these people learned history. Thank you, Vianticus Prime. I am the owl. After watching this Dissidents PSYOP show for long enough, I have a good enough read to sense that Shiloh Hendricks has Dissident of the Year in the bag. But Bob the Felcher is a close second. Thank you. I am the owl. All right. Let's see. You did the super chats, right? All right. So what are we on now? We're back to you, right? Hacks of the year. All right.
Okay. Hacks of the year. This is a very rich category. Very rich. With a lot of rich people in it, not coincidentally. Megyn Kelly. She's always been a hack. This is the war on Christmas. Ava Braun, pinup girl from Fox News. Let's not forget, this is the person who had the nation arguing about whether or not Jesus was black and whether you should have black Santas in supermarkets. All that nonsense that you get on X 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. She was kind of a pioneer in that space. So here she is. She's been dropping some bangers lately. Here's her take on the probably innocent fishermen, and certainly entitled to prove that in a court of law, people who they double tapped and bombed in the water. This was her take on that.
You kind of not only want to see them killed in the water, whether they're on the boat or in the water, but I'd really like to see them suffer. I would like Trump and Hegseth to make it last a long time so that they lose a limb and bleed out a little. Like, I'm really having a difficult time ginning up sympathy for these guys who 10 seconds earlier almost got taken out by the initial bomb, but because they managed to get ejected, a little too soon, had to be taken out in the water. I realize legally it may make a difference, but truly, Mark, this is a tough case to really gin up the sympathies of the American people.
Yeah. Okay. Next year, we need to have a Deer in the Headlights award for Mark Halperin and people caught on a mic in a situation like that, where Megyn Kelly starts ranting about how she wants the people who got illegally killed in the water by the U.S. military to suffer slowly. He has no idea what to do with that.
Right.
He's terrified. Oh, there we go. And actually, it takes a lot to make Batya Unger Sargon feel like maybe a take is a little too much. But she has the deer in the headlights look too.
for Epstein, I've said this before, but just as a reminder, I do know somebody very, very close to this case who is in a position to know virtually everything. Not everything, but virtually everything. And this person has told me from the start, years and years ago, that Jeffrey Epstein, in this person's view, was not a pedophile. This is this person's view, who was there for a lot of this, but that he was into the barely legal type. Like he liked 15-year-old girls. And I realize this is disgusting. I'm definitely not trying to make an excuse for this. I'm just giving you facts.
Right.
That he wasn't into like 8-year-olds, but he liked the very young teen types that could pass for even younger than they were, but would look legal to a passerby. And that is what I believed, and that was what I reliably was told for many years. And it wasn't until we heard.
Yeah, Batya's like, all I can do is give her space to express her truth and just not say anything that's going to incriminate me later. If this clip ends up being career-ending for one of us, it's not going to be me.
Yeah, she can't really do her standard shtick there. What's she going to say? The working class loves barely legal women.
This is really an upper-class fixation on
elite
pedophilia.
The age of consent is just an elite discourse. The working class doesn't care if you're 15 or 25 or 35.
When they're 12, they know they don't have a future anyway.
Yeah.
She just keeps the Phil Spector makeup there.
Yeah.
Steady and just hopes it's going to end. She's just thinking, God, let this end. Let this end and let's move on. Okay, so Megyn Kelly, quite the hack. Oh, and let's not forget, we're not going to play the clip, but her sage advice at TPUSA. That was TPUSA that she was at? Was that a TPUSA event where she said, when they asked how you know what the truth is, find 2 people you trust?
Oh, I think that was her event. I think that was her.
Was
show.
that her? She had her own event?
Yeah, she had her own thing.
Yeah. So get less opinions. Get less opinions. Be less aware and have a cultish devotion to 1 or 2 people, like me, for example. Douglas Murray, who forgot his Botox and hair dye on the day they took this picture, apparently. He went viral this year for all the wrong reasons by interrogating Dave Smith about never having been to Israel. Zay Squirrel put together a little montage of Douglas Murray speaking quite extensively about a place he's never been.
Case of the revolutionary government in Iran, Tehran. When the Green Revolution in 2009 started in Iran, to Tehran and to Iran, and in pre-revolutionary Iran, Iranian revolutionary expansionism across the region. In Tehran, Iran, the revolutionary Islamic government in Iran, but Tehran is Iran, back off or are destroyed, which is the revolutionary government in Iran. The revolutionary government is the head of the snake. The Iranian revolutionary government, the mullahs in Tehran.
The sanctions are biting in Iran. The regime feels that. They're getting blamed.
So he seems pretty comfortable talking about a place that he's never been. He's never been there, but he's talking quite extensively about it. Matt Taibbi, certainly a very strong contender for hack of the year. He has done a lot to earn it, from claiming he doesn't write about Israel at all, even though Zay Jelani uncovered the fact that he wrote very, very cogently about the subject 22 years ago. Everything he said in that article would apply today. There was nothing really that has changed. He had a very good grasp on the situation the Palestinians are in, the apartheid, militaristic, rather fascist nature of the Israeli state, the way the media distorts the Arab and Muslim position. That's all in that article. You can look it up. You can find it on the Wayback Machine. He did write about it. We don't know why, but he don't write about it no more. He sure does not write about it now. And while he's not writing about it, while he's diligently avoiding that topic, he is informing his readers with important work like the Great Canadian Ostrich Cull. Wow. Apparently the Rand Corporation is putting together a study to find if people lost actual IQ points reading that article. And then, of course, telling people they're all jealous losers if they aren't celebrating Barry Weiss's takeover as CBS as the story of a plucky indie media gal going to straighten out the legacy media that had rejected her, but now are coming back on their knees to be saved, and it not being a story of her being a basically Israeli state media being bought by the largest private donor to the IDF in order to turn CBS into a Zionist network. Does not say the words Israel, Palestine, does not touch on that issue in an article about Larry Ellison buying the Free Press for a ridiculous amount of money and installing an opinion writer with no background in journalism as the editor-in-chief in CBS. Never mentions Israel, the whole article. And then, several articles is kind of serving up to the remaining racket subscribers, warmed over Fox News limousine liberal takes from 1996. Basically, has no interpretation of what's going on with Plattner, with the rise of Mamdani. He has nothing to say about that other than those rich kids are out of touch with, it's not the country is economically eviscerated. The fact that Mamdani could not possibly have actually won an election in New York City on rich kids. There are a disproportionate number of them in New York City, I'll grant you that, but he won all over the city. He won almost everywhere in the city. Certainly not just with rich kids, but you would never know from reading his articles that there's anything wrong with capitalism, with the country, with the distribution of wealth, that there's any kind of valid discontent out there. It's all wokesters and trust fund kids. That's it, according to Matt. This was probably the low light. So, he likes to play bottom bitch to his dry drunk partner here. And that puts him in some awkward positions, one would imagine. You can kind of see Matt squirming here as his partner essentially compares governors trying to stop ICE from grabbing people off the street to George Wallace standing in the schoolhouse door, more or less.
Anyway, did you have any thoughts before we get into the harder core stuff?
Well, there were a lot of Southern governors who didn't want their schools integrated back in the 60s. National Guard troops were dispatched to do things like integrate the Little Rock public school system. States' rights were the cry of those who didn't want them there, but they went in and they did it. There are all kinds of examples of National Guard enforcing federal law in the states. I agree with you 100%. The issue of immigration, perhaps the premier issue in the last couple of elections.
Yeah. It's just like the federal government having to take over the schools when the governors wouldn't let the black kids in. Yeah, no,
right.
It's the civil rights issue of our time. It's the civil rights issue of our time. That's that freeze frame on Matt is kind of perfect. That's his career now. That's Matt looking at what he's become.
Yeah.
I think there's a mirror there behind his computer. So Barry Weiss, double nominee, winner of the year, and how could we leave her off any list of hack of the year? Most recently, in addition to giving a platform to David Portnoy to cry about somebody who yelled, called him a Jew on the street when and completely ignoring the fact that he has said much worse things than that about others over the course of his career. None of that in the 60 Minutes story. Casting herself, which is very unusual for editor-in-chief, as the interviewer of Erica Kirk, a show that completely bombed in spite of her incredible charisma, as she might put it. Somebody who described the charisma of Alan Dershowitz as a standard for CBS to aspire to in its editorial decisions. And just this last week, she pulled a story by CCOT that had cleared standards and practices, had cleared the legal team under the very flimsy pretext they didn't have enough commentary from the administration, even though the administration, as would be standard at a place like 60 Minutes, of course, you're going to solicit their opinion. They refuse to cooperate. So definitely strong candidate for Hack of the Year. Joe Rogan here pictured with his favorite book, How to Cup Oligarch Balls, a book that he makes very good use of on a weekly basis. Continued on his mission to glaze Elon, avoid hard questions that might get him kicked out of the club, get him kicked out of Bohemian Grove or wherever the fuck they take you when you become an oligarch enabler like Joe. Having on the NVIDIA CEO to talk about how Trump has saved the AI industry with his pro-growth energy policy. Joe, of course, did not ask him anything about how this is driving up electric bills enormously for communities, taking up the water supply in the communities where they're setting up these data centers. According to Joe, he's just a pothead comedian. You know, he doesn't know anything. He's a moron, right? He's not actually qualified to be asking any questions. He's just talking. He's just talking. As we have said before, with his money, he could certainly have his staff prepare 3 pages of background on these people before he interviews them, but then they wouldn't come on his show anymore. Nancy Mace. Nancy Mace likes to use the fact that she was sexually assaulted, and of course we have absolute sympathy for that. It's a little sleazy, though, to then use the moral credibility that might gain you on subjects of sexual assault to cover for a president who is all over the Epstein files, but that's exactly what she does.
I want to get your reaction to that.
Well, the Clintons have been awfully quiet this week, and it was President Trump that interviewed with authorities. It was President Trump that banned Epstein from Mar-a-Lago. And you can see in the emails, the Epstein emails, that he's clearly targeting President Trump as retribution for him being a good man. I have to tell you, every time that I've gone to the president with a need, particularly for women and girls, he has been there. 2 weeks ago, I had a young woman who desperately needed brain surgery. I called up the president because I was a Hail Mary. I had nowhere else to go. And within a few hours, he got her approved for the brain surgery that she needed.
He also strangely asked for her phone number, address, and what time she gets out of school.
2 hours after that, I found out I had a constituent stuck in a Bosnian prison over a very minor passport issue. Again, I called the White House. The president stepped up to the plate, and within hours, we'd gotten her, busted her out of a Bosnian prison. He did that. And these are for women. We have no idea what their political affiliation is. I called him. I said, we need help. Help me with these young women. And he did. He's a good man who protects women. That's what real men do. They protect women.
Absolutely, they do. And he's done that time and time again.
Absolutely.
We should nominate her, too. I don't know her name, but she's a Hack of the Year nominee as well.
Yeah, that was that's pretty incredible. That's pretty disgusting. As somebody who did survive sexual assault, who's met with Epstein victims, to go run cover for a president who, at the very least, the kindest possible interpretation, knew what was going on with Epstein. Absolutely knew what was going on. I think that's an insane interpretation to think that was the extent of it. But to suggest, oh, yeah, no, he was hanging out with this guy for 15 years. Had no idea what was going on with him, even though everyone who's talked about how he kept his house says, what Woody Allen say? It was like Castle Dracula.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
It was full of nubile young girl. Yeah, he had no idea what was going on. And this is kind of a, as Hillary once said, it takes a village. It takes a village of craven assholes to make a patriot scheme Patriot, P-A-Y. But the MAGA influencers have really had to do double duty to maintain their grift. Trump, I almost feel bad for these guys sometimes. He is not making it easy for them to put a good face on MAGA. I don't think it's really working at this point. I think a lot of it is bots talking to bots. Like you look at a lot of these accounts, it's not even them running the account. I showed this. Gunther Eagleman has a tweet up every like 30 minutes. Nobody could do that in the middle of the night. Go look at, if you don't believe me, open your phone if you happen to be up at like 2 a.m. and take a look at Gunther Eagleman's account. There will be a recent tweet. So that guy's not even running that account. A lot of them don't. And a lot of the responses are bots. So you got bots talking to bots in a lot of cases. But you do have people behind these accounts who are making that money, who are running that business. So Gunther was after Bob Donnie got elected. Keep in mind what is happening to NYC would have happened to all of America had Kamala been installed. Trump saved America. That is why I'm saying I almost feel bad for these guys. That's a tough grift, man. It's a tough grift at this point. Hey, you know, it's very funny for a movement that's very fond of the phrase fake and gay to have people like this. So this is the real Gunther Eagleman. What's his name? Freeman? His name's Freeman, right?
Freeman, yeah, something like that.
David Freeman. His name's David Freeman. So that's the real Gunther Eagleman. That's quite a man's man. The first name I think of when I see this guy is Gunther Eagleman.
Yeah.
First name that springs to mind. Little Starbucks there, eating you ever eaten a banana with a spoon? I've
Is
never
that what it
even
is,
heard
a
of.
spoon? Yeah, it looks like
Yeah, he's eating a
chopsticks or
banana
spoon.
with a spoon or something. Yeah, and you know, then you got Benny, who, as of today, as of the time of this broadcast, has still not sued Milo Yiannopoulos, which is kind of strange. You know, Milo said he would not sue him. He said he predicted there would not be a lawsuit.
Right.
But hey, you know, we're just reporting. You decide. And here's Benny. Now, you want to see how the grift works? This is literally from today. Like, I didn't really have to do any research to prove the grift, to show the grift. Breaking news from the FBI on rampant Somali fraud in Minnesota. Things are about to get much worse for the Somali fraud criminals and their enablers. Okay, so that's Benny, and he goes on. Nick Sorter, same day. This is all from today. FBI Director Kash Patel announced he has surged, all caps, that's going to become important, agents to Minnesota to combat the widespread fraud unearthed by journalists like Nick Shirley. Okay. Now, this is funny to me because Nick Sorter is the one who outed people in Sodagate for all basically tweeting the same thing, which showed, according to him, and I think pretty well proven, that this company, Influenceable, gave them a script to make their own, so they would change the words a little bit. So you see how he phrased that? Here's Gunther. Huge. FBI Director Kash Patel just surged, all caps, agents into Minnesota to crush the massive Somali fraud ring. So there's no way that you just happen to phrase it like that, right down to the all caps. They're paid. They're paid. Clearly, they got a script, and they followed that script. Now, it's very ironic that Nick Sorter is one of the people there because it's exactly what he exposed other people for. I guess he just didn't like that they were going against Maha, so he decided to burn them, right? But apparently he does the same exact thing. So when you have these crazy people who are talking about shit that nobody's talking about as if it's like the most important thing in the world, like Somali fraud, this is why. This is why, because their brains have been damaged by following people like this who do these very coordinated kind of messaging campaigns that they are paid to do. Eric Doherty, Americans are demanding immediate raids on Somali child and daycare centers after FBI agents were recently spotted raiding a Somali health services building in Minnesota. Now, this is his flourish. He loves to end with like all caps statements like that. I support raids. I support raids. Fire, right? Here's another one. We love Marco. Now this is part of the problem that they're having. Who loves Marco? Who loves Marco? Like you're putting out this tweet, like MAGA people are gonna be like, yeah, Marco Rubio. I love this idea of war with Venezuela. Nobody's you have to feel bad for them. Like this is a losing grift. It's a losing grift. It's hard to see where they go from here. But yes, MAGA patriots are the hacks of the year. Tossing to you, man. Are you with me tonight? Are you?
Yeah,
are you,
no, I'm with you. But you didn't
right.
take the exhibit down. Yeah, so I thought you were going to say something more. But yeah, no, obviously, I mean, we've been talking about that all year long. It's been a continuing trend, and I think going back to the top of the segment, Megyn Kelly was really like the Piers Morgan of last year. Last year we gave Piers Morgan hack of the year because of his on the one hand and on the other, right?
Yes,
yeah, of course. I don't support what Israel's doing. On the other hand, do you condemn Hamas? Back and forth. And that's what Megyn Kelly did really all year on all issues, basically. Tried to play both sides of the sort of Zionist, anti-Zionist rift.
Right.
And tried to play both sides of the Charlie Kirk thing, where, one day she's saying, no, the FBI is not going to just share with you information that they have ahead of the trial, so you have to stop demanding it, kind of chastising Candace in a very subtweet kind of way. And then, of course, on the TPUSA stage, say, well, I don't have to condemn Candace Owens and fuck Ben Shapiro for suggesting I did. That's hacky. That's hacky. You're playing both sides because you don't know which way the wind blows in the audience. And so that's hedging your bets in a way that's very disingenuous. Nancy Mace did the same exact thing with the Epstein files, right? She's putting herself forward as one of the Marjorie Taylor Greene types who's, crusading to get the Epstein files released, yet at the other side of her mouth, she's saying, no, but Donald Trump did nothing wrong, right? She was not willing to go where Massey and Marjorie Taylor Greene went. So, yeah, I think those are very deserving picks. And obviously, yeah, I mean, the MAGA influencers, it has just been one embarrassment after another this entire year as they desperately try and hold together a fracturing coalition. The other thing that they do a lot is, of course, when Donald Trump does something that they know is, batshit insane or, just horribly unpopular, most recently, like the commemorative eulogy to Rob Reiner, they will just report it and then ask, like, thoughts, right?
Thoughts?
What do you guys think? What do you guys think of this, right? We want to know, should we condemn this or should we have his back, right? So, yeah, super hacky, no doubt. To me, that was an easy choice for hacks of the year. No doubt about that. That was not a difficult call whatsoever. All right. What do we got here? T-Bone says, great show so far. And as always, usually year in review shows are boring, but I like how you're doing this well. Thank you. Snappy and concise and spot on with the content. DD for the win and Benny Johnson sucks. Thank you, T-Bone. Appreciate that. Ron Burgundy, thanks for the $5. Girly ass phone tag. I'm going to rage quit for about 30 seconds just to calm down. Your shelf looks like your kid's rated it. Keaton, love you guys after the rage quit. Thank you. Yeah, I have to redecorate it a little bit. But thank you. Appreciate that. EO Shush says, instead of a cowbell for a $50 rant, Keaton takes off pants. Yeah, no, it's going to have to, you're going to have to up your game for that one.
It's going to take a lot more than that.
Take a lot more than that. This pussy ain't cheap, as Tim Dillon would say. All right, we got any super chats over there?
We do. Hunter Biden had an interesting interview with Sean Ryan. You should watch it if you haven't. Oh, yeah?
I saw he did it. I didn't watch the interview.
I mean, I like the Callahan one.
Yeah. That was good.
Patty Savage, thank you both for your great reporting. Thank you, Patty.
Well, thank you, Patty.
Tickled to death. Happy to see Russell in the Sheer Post email.
Oh, really? Really? He
Was
made
I?
the Sheer Post? Yeah. Where? Which Russell story? Interesting.
New York theater hack harasses Broderick outside.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Exactly.
outside show. Really? What would I be in there for? I haven't written an article in forever.
Yeah.
Kuznetsky Bassane. Megyn Kelly is a gaslighting sociopath. Epstein was trafficking girls as young as 10 years old according to info released in 2017. Well, not according to friend of show Michael Tracy, who we are trying to arrange to have on.
That's right.
We had a little back and forth on X, and we're gonna try to work out a day. Nong. Someone tell Megan that barely legal explicitly means 18 years plus 1 day, not 15.
Right.
Yeah. Well,
exactly.
as Keaton said, she's trying to be on every side of the issue.
Right.
She is basically the living version of Thoughts.
Right. Yeah. Thoughts. Yeah. Exactly. Exactly.
That's our whole shtick. Alex Daslieb, 50 shekels to reveal your secrets. No spoilers. Goy out.
Thank you, Alex.
We cannot
Appreciate that.
reveal because it is not our secret to reveal.
That's right.
Andy Gardner, my favorite segments are your Canadian ostrich call segments. Oh, that's right. You don't have any. Yeah, we get a lot of complaints from Canadians about our lack of those. All right, one more. Kuznetsky Bassane, 10-year-old. See Chris Hedges' interview with Nick Bryant. Okay.
Interesting. All right.
Interesting.
Let's move right on along here. Folks, this is our second to last show before New Year's Day, and New Year's Day is a big day for our Dissident sponsor named John Koa. His long anticipated 34-track album A to Z, Songs from the Tape Deck, premieres midnight on New Year's Day in every time zone. So a rolling premiere, a rolling release on midnight New Year's Day. 34 self-performed tracks, including originals and covers built on lyrics. First listens land here. We have premiered 3 of the songs off of that album on this show. His original, called Just a Little Off the Rails, as well as covers of Bob Dylan's Not Dark Yet and Paul Simon's Boy in the Bubble. So check it out. It's 34 songs. It drops on New Year's Day at midnight. You can follow him on whichever music social site you get your music from. That's go to dodissidents.com/Koa, and that takes you to a sort of Linktree type site where you can follow him on whichever platform you get your music. That's dodissidents.com/Koa. All righty. Let's move right on along here. Let's go to sellouts of the year. All right. Our next category, the biggest sellouts of 2025. Now, sellout is a little different from hack. You may say we're splitting hairs, but I think you'll see what we mean here. Now, this was one that, we put on here, even though there's maybe a slight asterisk next to this one, but we're going to say Noam Chomsky. And the reason we're going to say Noam Chomsky is because these recent Epstein revelations have showed that he was far closer to Epstein than he ever really let on. And at the time, he's writing all of these great works and making all of these great speeches about the sort of us versus them, people versus the elites. He seemed awfully comfortable on Epstein's plane there and in Epstein's townhouse in New York. So got to put Noam Chomsky on the list there for sure as one of the sellouts of the year. Perennial winner Van Jones, of course. I feel like Van Jones wins every year, just like Bibi Netanyahu is on the worst person of the year list every year. Van Jones,
yeah, exactly.
A perennial contender, an honoree and nominee for sellout of the year. I thought Max Blumenthal put it really, really well when he says, I saw Van Jones sporting a keffiyeh at a memorial for Giuliano Mercamus in New York City in 2011. 14 years later, he's raking in millions from Israel, and it's U.S. cutouts and joking about dead Palestinian babies with Bill Maher. Yeah, let's take a listen to this one.
Person, you open up your phone and all you see is dead Gaza baby, dead Gaza baby, dead Gaza baby. Right. Diddy, dead Gaza baby, dead Gaza baby. Like, that's basically your whole feed. So that's not DEI. That is a geopolitical adversary that is deliberately trying to divide the West against itself.
That view is dividing the West against itself. Oh my. Oh my. I didn't catch that one the first time I listened to this. We were all so shocked at the dead Gaza baby punchline. But there he is saying a version of what he said on another occasion. In fact, it may have even been in this show. I think it was on CNN where he talked about how, a lot of the images that we're seeing out of Gaza are a foreign influence operation, right? To turn America against Israel. Yeah, just a pretty shameless sellout. I think Max's tweet says it all right there. All right, now we put Alex Jones here on the list, and there's another kind of asterisk next to Alex Jones because I don't think Alex Jones is a sellout in the sense that he's taken a bag from anyone. His son, Rex Jones, watches the show a lot, and actually we really want to have Rex on, but now we're going to figure out a date with Tracy, and then we got to figure out a date with Rex. And I watched Rex's show, actually. It's called The Gray Area. It's very good. Very good. He has his father's talent. And, he said, that he doesn't get money from anybody. And I take him at his word. I don't think Alex Jones takes a bag, so he's not a sellout in that way. But he is definitely a guy who has changed a lot since being allowed back on the platforms. He went from a guy who says things like this about Israel right after 9/11.
I don't support the Palestinians either. They're all hyped up and psychotic. But Israel's going to get us nuked, always backing them up like this. Israel calls the Palestinians goyim or cattle or dogs or subhuman. They keep them on concentration camps. I got video of them taking Palestinian women's tomatoes they grow and breaking their water containers and stealing. That's why you have this crap.
It goes from saying that about Israel the day after 9/11 to saying, well, this about Israel.
Go to Israel. I mean, how historical is that? But I just can't deal with the.
Hold on.
I'd love to go to Israel. I mean, how historical is that? But I just can't deal with the. Alex Jones is, going to Israel to get his orders, whatever. It's like, I mean, I would love to touch the Wailing Wall.
I would only be going there to fuck that wall.
And culture and like I touched Stonehenge.
That wall. It's a beautiful
wall.
wall.
By the time I got to Stonehenge, they put a fence around it, and right after that, they made you really stay far away. The next time I went, but I jumped the fence, ran up, and touched it because I wanted to touch it. And, and so just to troll people, I'll probably go to Israel sometime and go touch the Wailing Wall.
It'll just be to troll people. That's all it'll be. I'll be trolling. That's what I'm doing.
I'm going to go with Auschwitz. I'll go wear a kippah.
Yeah.
I'm going to take video with Netanyahu and with Ben Shapiro as a troll.
As a troll. Yeah, obviously, we remember it's in our soundboard now. Know why you hear Palantir, right? Insisting Palantir is no big deal. Yeah, no, that sounds like something that Alex Jones would say just totally organically, right? It's not that Elon gave you your career back and you don't want to get on the wrong side of tech oligarchs like Alex Karp, Elon Musk, Larry Ellison. He's definitely a changed man since being allowed back on the platforms. So that's not a sellout in the classic sense as you're taking a bag of money, but it's a sellout in the sense of you're making sure not to step on any toes because they're letting you earn. We're going to let you earn as long as you don't step on any toes. Where have you heard that line before? That's Feech Lamana. In fact, that's what we should now call Alex Jones. He's the Feech Lamana of independent media. We should call him Feech. He kind of looks a little like him, even.
A little bit.
He's Feech.
That's
anybody who watched
Alex
The Sopranos.
Jones,
yeah. If you remember The Sopranos, Feech gets out of prison.
Yeah, he kind of sounds like him, too.
He does kind of sound like him. Feech gets out of prison. He tells Tony, I want to earn. I want to get back out on the street. I want to get my shy going again. And Tony says, all right, as long as you don't step on any toes. And I feel like that's Alex Jones now. He's allowed to earn as long as he doesn't step on any toes. So, not a sellout like Van Jones who just takes the money, but a guy who, knows what he can't say if he wants to keep earning on these platforms that he's been allowed back on. So, Rex, if you're watching...
Let me tell you, you smear the parents of massacred children, those Zionists, that's how they get their hooks in you.
Yeah.
That's my advice to anybody starting out. Don't smear dead kids and their parents.
It's true. It's true. But yeah, so Rex, if you're watching, you want to bust your dad's balls, start calling him Feech. Start calling him Feech and tell him that's our new nickname for Alex Jones. Feech. Hey, Feech. Hey, we got to put these two guys on the sellout of the year list. We apologize. I like Dave Chappelle and Bill Burr quite a bit. In fact, we spent a lot of the last couple of years featuring their stuff and showering praise upon them when they deserved it. I'm sorry. You take a bag of money upwards of $1 million. I mean, Tim Dillon said some people got 1.6 million. I'm assuming that's these guys.
That would be
right?
that would be these guys.
That would be the marquee talent. That would be the headliners, right? So it's very safe to assume, based on what Tim Dillon said, that these guys got at least $1 million, probably to 1.6. I mean, these are probably the two, heaviest hitters that they had. You take $1 million from a government who then gives you a contract and says, if you want the money, you just have to agree not to say this about our government. Yeah, man, you take that bag of money. That's a sellout move. No doubt about it. Like, there's no arguing. Like, I don't want to hear anybody's bullshit about that. I know we're going to get some. We always do. That's a sellout move. I'm sorry. It's a pretty big sellout move, I would say, by people who don't need the money. Here's the thing. Like, if you're a comedian who's like struggling to make rent and they're offering you like $100,000 to do this, I don't like it, but I could put myself in your shoes and see, hey, this changes my life to the point where I don't have to, squeak out my rent and my heating bill every month. That's not the situation these guys are in. They could have very easily turned that down. And in Chappelle's case and Burr's case, now they're indignant about the fact that they're getting shit for it. The fact that you're getting shit for it is part of the deal. Like, that's part of what you got paid for, right?
Yeah.
Not just to do whatever set you did, but to have to deal with the shit. I mean, you got paid $1 million to perform for a genocidal regime and agree not to criticize them. You could take a little shit for it. So, yeah, that was a sellout move, no doubt. Not canceling either of them. I still think they're both very talented and very funny. But it's a sellout move. There's no doubt about that, which makes them a nominee for sellout of the year. But if we're being honest, folks, who was the obvious sellout of the year? In fact, this is maybe the sellout of the century. I can't think of a bigger sellout off the top of my head in the last 10 years than this man right here, Donald Trump. Donald Trump is clearly the sellout of the year. What this year has essentially proven is that there is nominal difference, if any, between the Davos World Economic Forum establishment and the Elon Musk, Mark Andreessen, Peter Thiel, Larry Ellison establishment. They are the establishment now. They are the oligarchs who are looting the country on its way down the tubes. In this period of imperial decline and social collapse, there are people of immense wealth and power who are basically selling the country off for parts as it circles the drain. And Donald Trump is essentially facilitating those transactions piece by piece, one by one. Talk about a man who sold out the country, sold out the movement, really sold out what's left of the American empire. It's got to be Donald Trump. There's no doubt about it. There are a lot of categories we could have crowned him this year. He could have been the worst of the year. He could have been the loser of the year since his polling is terrible, right? There are a lot of options as to okay, where do we place Donald Trump? And this may not have been the most obvious on the surface level, but if you think about it for a second, yeah, this is right where he belongs. Sellout of the year 2025.
Yeah, we went back and forth a little bit about this because, my question was, are you a sellout if you never really stood for anything? And that's certainly the case. It's not that Trump changed his principles. He closed the trap, really.
He literally sold the country.
He sold it out. He
sold it out.
I found that argument persuasive.
Yes. He made that a verb.
Yes. Yeah. At the end of the day, whatever his intentions were, and I think it's pretty clear now, these were always his intentions. The promises that he made to his followers about what he was going to do, he proved Mary Trump right. Mary Trump said her uncle was the only person she's ever met with no redeeming qualities whatsoever. As soon as he got in, he's given crypto pardons. He's selling Trump crypto. They're selling the Trump phone that I think they still weren't able to ship, even though it was just slapping gold paint on a cheap phone. It was going to be Trump Mobile. It was they just went right in with the scam transparently. That was their first impulse. How much money can we scam out of this presidency? And knowing he's a lame duck, I think also lifted any restraint on even pretending to be anything else. And then, yeah, man, your oligarchs at this point, it's a bust out, man. It's a bust out. They're just running up the country's credit card and selling off the parts, man. And when the country goes down the tubes, their money's just going to be wherever the place is to be next. This is part of Professor Zhang. Danny Haifang just had him on. They had an interesting interview. This is what he lays out regarding Israel, that Israel is kind of a linchpin of their plan of where to shift their capital because they know America is doomed. They're trying to get as much money out of here as possible. They know China's a no-go, right? They can't really set themselves up in China. They're not going to trust that government with their wealth. So they need to set up alternative power bases, and they're looking to the Middle East as part of that power base. Trump is a servant to that process. He's a servant to that system. And when you get a Biden in there or a Harris in there, they do the rainbow-colored version of stripping the country while keeping you busy fighting over, healthy at any size or whatever liberal project they want to pass off as a political project. And then when these guys are in, they're going to have you obsessed with Somalis and, beating up brown people and deporting people. And, but in the end, it is all just to keep the peasants fighting in the mud while they strip the country for parts. And Trump was a much better agent of that than anyone else on the board because he neutralizes the main people you would have had to worry about taking to the streets and literally going with guns into courthouses to stop you if they thought of this as a George Soros project or a Klaus Schwab project. He was able to rebrand the Davos project as a MAGA project.
Yeah, for sure. And that makes him, I think, the easy pick for sellout of the year. Not even close. All right, we are at 2,430 in the YouTube chat. And we're at 894 in the like column. Thank you all for smashing that like button. Appreciate you all being here. Let's smash the like button even harder. We're up at 900 over on Rumble. Thanks, everybody, for being here in both the YouTube room and the Rumble room. All right, let's go to some Rumble rants. Nina Kant says, Big Lebowski, 8-year-olds, dude. Yeah, good one. Nina Kant. Mark Dansky says, here's my guess on your secret. Jimmy texted you that Nick Fuentes is going to be a guest. If I'm right, just say Stalin was awesome. You are not correct. As a matter of fact, what I thought was a big development is not. I even misread that thing that I read. So it's actually.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. So never mind. There's actually nothing.
It's not what we thought it was.
No, there's actually nothing important going on. It's a big false alarm.
Is that a joke? Or are you serious?
No, I'm serious. It's a big false alarm. Big misunderstanding. Stoop sign. Alex Jones really loves him some Wailing Wall. He'll do stuff for that wall most people would only do for pussy. Thank you, Stoop sign. Appreciate that. All right, Professor.
That's too bad.
Yeah, it's too bad. What are you gonna do?
What
are you gonna do? All right. Well, it will be something to look. Something will come around.
I mean, it's hard in these times to find something to get you through another day.
Yeah, right.
I don't know what I'm gonna find tomorrow now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it was my bad. It was a misunderstanding. All right, we got some super chats.
We do. Has anyone asked Matt if he stands by his Barry Weiss article? Is he being intentionally obtuse? Yeah, we had a whole. I can't. I mean, I feel it's not a formal rule that you can't disclose private emails, but I think it's bad form. But overall, I'll say he defends it as that was his angle on it, and that's what he was covering. I feel I can say that much about it. Yes, he defends it. P. Walker, given that the FBI did nothing with Epstein files since 2009, it's easy for Cash to surge agents to Minnesota, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, he has them to spare. Look, this is what I find encouraging. I am not really aware of the propaganda these guys are putting out unless I take a minute to really look at it, because it's not catching on with normal people anymore.
Right.
Like it at one time, like with the white genocide in South Africa. Jesus Christ, man, our fucking comments were full of that when they were pushing that. It was when they were at their strongest. Now you're not hearing this. Like once in a while, you'll see somebody turn up in the comments like, I wonder why you guys aren't covering the Somalian scammers, but very little, very little, like not enough to realize how much they're pushing it. So people are walking away. That's why I say a lot of this is bots talking to bots. It's not
And the
even real
Somali
people.
scammers are Dissident of the Year nominee. The Somali scammers.
Maybe that'll bring some of the chuds out. I'm sure it will, actually. Eric Maines, 8047, prediction 2026. Russ's return flight disappears. Mirrors MH370 mystery, eulogized by bitter Taibbi and Benny J. The lizard people vow his return post anal probe. Hey, don't jinx me. Don't jinx me.
him. No.
Zishan 100, amazing as always, and free Palestine. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right.
All right. Move right on along. All right. So now we're going to head into the world of propaganda. A lot of bad propaganda this year, but some good propaganda. So we're going to go through the list of the best and the worst.
All right. So when we say best, remember what we mean is most effective.
Most effective.
Most convincing, most impactful. So, best propaganda. First in this category is Doge. So here is the infamous appearance of Lutnick and Elon at the Madison Square Garden rally, talking about how much money they're going to cut from the federal budget.
What a great group of people.
All right, I've only got one question for you, and then I'm getting out of here because this is your stage. But we set up Doge.
Yes.
How much do you think we can rip out of this wasted $6.5 trillion Harris-Biden budget?
Well, I think we can do at least $2 trillion.
Yeah!
Yeah.
$2 trillion.
What a bunch of losers in that room. What a bunch of suckers and losers.
Howard Lutnick, of course, the pig man. Yeah, man. When I see shit like this, it makes me sad. It makes me angry. Like, wow, man. Like, how psyoped do you have to be to watch two people who have more money than the bottom 50% of people in the country and cheer when they start talking about how much they're going to cut from the federal budget, like they're doing that for you?
Right.
Like, to even think that these guys would ever do anything that would be to your benefit, that's something they actually care about. How psyoped are you? How brainwashed and broken are you? And this is not a conservative versus liberal thing. Liberals do the same thing. They're up there. They got Pritzker up there talking about being a real billionaire. You know, it's just people, man. It's a capitalist society. These people have control of the media. They have control of education, and they brainwash you from birth to just be a moron. You got to be just a moron to be clapping for this. So this is part of why I say it is some of the best propaganda, because look what Doge was really about. So he says, yeah, we're going to cut $2 trillion. You got a stadium full, I'm sure, mostly working people, average income people, cheering like he just promised everybody they're going to get a free car, right? In a very short time, that $2 trillion becomes 150 billion, right? And this is a recent article where they analyzed, a lot of people think Doge actually costs money by the having to rehire people that got fired and lost productivity as a result. Their wall of receipts was total bullshit. Here you got top 40 savings claims. The orange are all the claims that are inaccurate of the top 40. It's almost all of them. And all of the top numbers are all inaccurate, what they claimed. They were claiming programs that had already been cut or hadn't been funded yet, or were going to be funded possibly in future years when they canceled those programs, that they were cuts. It was just, after a while, they got rid of the codes with them so that people couldn't backtrack it to see what the truth was, because they knew that they were just lying. So what was it really about? Well, as we mentioned in a previous segment, what did Elon get out of it? He destroyed the agencies that regulate his companies, and he hoovered up your data. Here's a guy who wants to create an American Alipay, an American WeChat, and everything app, and he just stole all your data under the premise that he's cleaning up waste and fraud and abuse. Okay, so you might remember that for a couple of years there was this relentless effort to convince people that you shouldn't see obesity and even morbid obesity as a health issue, and that's judgmental and it's fat phobic and healthy at any size. Now we did some reporting on this at the time. Body size is not an accurate indication of health. I mean, it's true as far as it goes. You got some skinny heroin addicts and stuff, where you wouldn't necessarily know. But as a rule, obesity is not good for you. That's why you don't see obese people in nursing homes as a rule, in fact, ever. Now, we uncovered with some of this stuff, some of the people who were putting it out, like doctors and stuff, a lot of them were actually paid by food companies. Mondelez, big junk food manufacturer, was paying to put out propaganda saying that you can be healthy at any size. But you know what? There was another sector of the economy that has even more money than the food industry does that came up with a drug called Ozempic. And suddenly, isn't it amazing? Like, you don't see this anymore. You don't see this anymore. This all went away as soon as Ozempic hit the market. And not only did that go away, you all of a sudden started seeing this very concerted effort in the media to start telling you that obesity is a public health issue, which it is. But 10 minutes ago, that was fat phobic. Like, that was bad science. Obesity was not any indication that you're unhealthy. And then all of a sudden not only was it an indication that you're unhealthy, it's a public health emergency that requires Medicaid to fund Ozempic. All of a sudden, these people who told you that these are old white men that told you it's racist to say that being fat is unhealthy. All of a sudden, these same exact people, same exact press, same exact reporters, all of a sudden they're telling you Medicaid has to cover Ozempic. This is a recent article. They're still doing it. Doctors call Ozempic a miracle drug. Medicaid officials aren't so sure. So what's that about? Well, it's about the stock. This is the manufacturer of Ozempic. You could see that big spike there, right? When they started doing this big push to get everybody on Ozempic. But anything that's too good to be true probably isn't. And there's a lot they don't tell you about Ozempic in their rush to get everyone dependent on this drug in our uniquely for-profit healthcare system. This is from the Infographics show. It's a pretty good show if you're the kind of person who likes factoids and likes these little mini doc kind of things. So there's a little bit about Ozempic.
Thing that sounds too good to be true, there always are. First, Ozempic only works as long as you take it. When patients stop, their appetite comes roaring back. And if they haven't learned better eating habits during those months and years of Ozempic treatments, a lot of their weight will come back along with it. One trial in 2022 found that on average, people regained 2/3 of the weight they lost on Ozempic within just a year of stopping treatment. That is one of those things that people misunderstand about the drug. It's not a cure, it's a long-term treatment. If you want to keep the weight off forever, you'll have to do the harder work of learning conscious portion control and healthier eating yourself. Or you'll have to take Ozempic forever. Better be rich if that's your choice. More on that later. It also probably won't work as well as it did in clinical.
We're not going to play that part of the video. $1,000 a month for Ozempic in America. Japan, it's $150. In Europe, I think it's about 80. But in America, it's 1,000.
Studies. One study found that in the real world, GLP-1 medications helped people lose about 5% of their body weight compared to the 15% reported in studies. Still good, but far short of what most people imagine. Lucas Veritas, author of the GLP-1 Effect newsletter, points out this problem and how it can cause huge disappointment in Ozempic users. Expectations are sky high. People see all the before and after photos and they expect an easy ride.
All right. So they're telling you 15%. That's in a clinical setting where they reinforced exercise and diet as part of it. The way that people really use Ozempic in the real world, they're more likely to lose about 5% of their body weight. And in exchange for that, you're putting yourself in a position where unless you use it as a temporary crutch to change your lifestyle, you're going to be dependent on it for the rest of your life. And nobody knows, they also get into that in this video, nobody knows what the long-term effects of that are. There are some horrific side effects for some users of Ozempic, including permanently not being able to properly digest. Is that really worth it? You know, it's a quick fix to a difficult problem. I mean, I don't have diabetes. You know, for diabetics, a lot of them have complained that people who are taking Ozempic for cosmetic reasons are denying them a drug they actually need for their survival. So to take that for cosmetic weight loss or even for overall weight loss, our medical system is very much set up to make you a permanent patient. I think that's why they push it that way in this country. And 1 minute, they're telling you be as fat as you want. And we find out a lot of people saying that are being paid by food companies. On a dime, they start telling you you absolutely have to take Ozempic and Medicaid absolutely has to cover it. And we know how much advertising the drug companies do in the media. So that has been incredibly effective propaganda, right? You have all these aging celebrities with Ozempic face now. Moving along. Liberation Day. Liberation Day. Wow. People were really excited, man. Trump did this for you. He did it for you, right? Trump unleashes 10% global tariffs with higher reciprocal rates. He's sending out Pigman there. Scott Bessent, George Soros's right-hand man. Isn't that weird? I thought Trump came in to fight against George Soros and all those people. Isn't that weird? He made that guy Treasury Secretary. Scott Bessent all going around talking about how great this is going to be for the American people. Oh, China bought $12.6 billion in U.S. soybeans last year. Now it's $0. Huh. You had all these people. Yeah, Trump is finally making America strong. We've been getting ripped off. Yeah, those farmers, they found out. But you know who is making out? You know who is making out? Argentina. They're making, it was MAGA. You just had the wrong A in there. Making Argentina great again.
What do you have to say to U.S. farmers who feel that the deal is benefiting Argentina more than it is them, as they are
Argentina's fighting for its life, young lady. You don't know anything about it. They're fighting for their life. Nothing's benefiting.
Yeah, a lot of American farmers who voted for Trump are fighting for their lives. They're fighting for their lives. They're a little more concerned about Argentina.
They're fighting for their life. You understand what that means? They have no money. They have no anything. They're fighting so hard to survive. If I can help them survive in a free world, I happen to like the president of Argentina. I think he's trying to do the best he can, but don't make it sound like they're doing great. They are dying. All right? They're dying.
What do you mean by being?
All right, so this is a guy who gives so little a shit for the people who voted for him, the American people, that he just passed a bill. He was very insistent that this bill get rid of ACA subsidies that are going to make people's health insurance premiums explode. You're not talking about the poor. Screw the poor. Let them die, right? You're talking about middle-class people who are not going to be able to afford health insurance, but he's really, really, really concerned about the problems of Argentina. Why is that? Oh, big investors await windfall from Trump's Argentina bailout. The United States finalized a $20 billion lifeline for Argentina that will benefit Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent's allies. Heads I win, tails you lose, America. Yeah. But that was very effective propaganda, man. You had all the chuds running around talking about how Trump's finally showing the world, we're not going to take crap anymore. It was all a scam, man. It was all a scam to stuff money in the pockets of Scott Bessent and his buddies, man. Didn't do anything for you. That's for sure. But that was very effective propaganda. Now this was very effective. This dressing down of Zelensky in the Oval Office was arguably the only moment since Trump got elected, since he got inaugurated, where most people could feel this was going to be something different in a good way. That this is what I voted for. This was a moment that you could say, yes, he's following through on what I voted for. No more of this little pimp in a tracksuit strutting around Congress and demanding more money. They're going to put this guy in his place. The only people who didn't like it were the libs. So they really pissed off the right people. I loved it. And a lot of libs got mad at me for that. But I think most Americans agreed with me. So let's revisit that moment.
The kind of diplomacy that's going to end the destruction of your country.
Yes, but if you are
Mr.
not
President,
strong...
Mr. President, with respect, I think it's disrespectful for you to come into the Oval Office and try to litigate this in front of the American media. Right now, you guys are going around and forcing conscripts to the front lines because you have manpower problems. You should be thanking the President for trying to bring an end to this conflict.
Have you ever been to Ukraine that you say what problems we have?
I have been to.
Come once.
I've actually watched and seen the stories, and I know what happens is you bring them on a propaganda tour, Mr. President. Do you disagree that you've had problems bringing people into your military?
We have problems.
And do you think that it's respectful to come to the Oval Office of the United States of America and attack the administration that is trying to prevent the destruction of your country?
A lot of questions. Let's start from the beginning.
Sure.
Wait to see level,
during
man.
the war, everybody has problems. Even you, but you have nice ocean and don't feel now, but you will feel it in the future. God bless.
You don't know that.
God bless.
You don't
God
know that.
bless. You
Don't-
will not have
gotta-
a war.
Don't tell us what we're going to feel. We're trying to solve a problem. Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
I'm not telling you.
Because
I'm
you're in no
answering on
position
this
to
question.
dictate that.
That's
Remember
exactly
this.
what I'm not
You're
dictating.
in no position to dictate what we're going to feel. We're going to feel very
you will
good.
feel influence.
We're going to feel very good
I'm
and
telling
very
you,
strong.
You will feel influence.
You're right now not in a very good position. You've allowed
From the
yourself
very-
to be in a
from
very
the
bad
very
position,
beginning
and he
of the
happens
war.
to be right about
From
it.
the very beginning of the war.
You're not
Mr.
in a
Brown,
good position.
I
You
was
don't
in
have
a-
the cards right now. With us, you start
I'm
having
not
cards.
playing
But
cards.
right now, you
I'm
don't.
very
Yeah, you're playing
serious,
cards.
Mr. President.
You're
I'm
playing
very
cards.
serious.
You're
I'm
gambling
the
with the
president
lives of
anymore.
millions of people.
You think-
You're gambling with World War III.
what are you
You're
thinking
gambling
about?
with
What are you
World
thinking
War III. And
You-
what you're doing is very disrespectful to the country, this country. It's
with
back
all
to you.
respect to your
Far
country.
more than a lot of people said
I'm wearing
they
respect.
should have.
Have you said thank you once?
A lot
entire
of
meeting?
times.
No, in this
Even
entire meeting,
today.
have you said thank
Even
you?
today.
You went to Pennsylvania and campaigned for the opposition in October. Offer some words of appreciation for the United States
are
of
you
America
speaking about?
and the president who's trying to save your country.
Okay. Okay. Now, that was music to the ears of everyone who'd been screaming for years. That was really what I think me and Keaton and a lot of people like us who are no fans of Trump, no fans of what he represents, no fans of a lot of his agenda. That was what we meant. We said, it's Russian roulette with one bullet out of the chamber. Maybe he'll do something good. And at that moment, a lot of us felt, okay, that was the difference that we hoped for. He's not going to be giving this guy unlimited weapons and funding to start World War III anymore. At least we'll get that out of the Trump administration. Nope. Trump administration boosts immediate aid deliveries to Ukraine. That was, I got to say, man, there is not a lot about this administration that has surprised me. But after that meeting, for them to do this, they just recently in September increased arms shipments to Ukraine. That honestly surprised me. That's what makes it propaganda and not a great political moment. It's just propaganda, man. They put on a show for their base, right? Look, we're going to humiliate this guy in front of the cameras. Now it all looks very planned, very tactical for propaganda. And it was good. It got me. I think it got both of us. Yeah, we bought into it. It was all nonsense. That I would have to say, because it really hooked in everybody except the libs. And that means you're probably on the right track most of the time. They were the only ones who didn't like that. Best propaganda, Trump versus Zelensky.
Yeah, I agree. I think that was the most effective because of everything that you said. It gave people the sense that they were going to get something, that they may have voted for.
Yep.
And,
Yep.
Russ and I did not vote for Trump. We voted for Jill Stein. But this was one of the silver linings, or so we thought we might get should Trump win. And it looked like it was going to happen there, which is what propaganda's for, right? To convince you of something that isn't there, right?
Yep.
And that's exactly what that was. So I think that is quite easily the best pick for best propaganda. There was a lot more bad propaganda this year than good propaganda. I feel like the psyops weren't really their best this year. I felt like most of them were pretty
that's
transparent.
reflected in our list.
Yeah, but these were a few of the good ones for sure. All right, we got some super chats over there.
We sure do.
All right.
Dan Tucci, gotta say, Chomsky hurts. He was my gateway drug to the left. I'm sure I'm not the only one. Yeah, man. Yeah. It's sad. It's sad. Tickled to death about the Halper Show appearance by Joshua Shear. Oh,
okay, cool.
Oh, interesting. Okay, take a look at that. Heavy snack. Will 2026 be the year of the Randy Fine pizza tracker? I just want to know how much pizza he eats. That is a good money-making proposition. We should make an app.
Yeah.
Raylan Nichelle. Hell yeah. Life 360 tags have a deal for $15 on Amazon. Thanks, Keaton. You really did sell it.
There you go. It's life-changing. It really is great.
We should ask them for a sponsorship.
It feels so great. It really, I could move those like crazy. We should reach out to them.
We should. There were a few, like Intrepid, which I'm taking the tour with in China.
Mm-hmm.
They do affiliates.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm using the product for a second time.
Yeah.
Like I would just be uncomfortable selling things I'm not using.
Right.
But yeah, man. I'm going back. I'm a repeat customer. BMK Russ, great appearance on Katie Halper. Thanks for teaching her how to cleanse her channel with the Daryl Cooper segment. Did you see that?
I did.
That's not on the paywall side. I don't know.
Well, she dropped the clip today, so I watched one of the
clips.
I
see. Soon heaven. We can end clowns like Elon and Trump. Dr. Shiva, Truth, Freedom, Health.
Yeah, get involved.
Get involved.
There you go. A guy in my neighborhood had a Dr. Shiva for President sign last year. I thought maybe it was him. Maybe he lives. Maybe it was his house.
Morgan Brooks, super sticker. Thank you, Morgan.
Thank you.
All right, you got some got some Rumble rants.
Professor Brown note, the faux blue-collar talking white-collar crime boss. Exactly. Yep, X. Hey, DD, some time ago I sent in super chats when I was in a bad mood. Sorry about that. But hey, you got my money. Anyway, despite disagreeing with you guys here and there, I otherwise appreciate what you do. Well, thank you, Yep, X.
Thank you.
Topic discussion, guest request. Please consider inviting on the Totally Legit Business Podcast and the Swerve Podcast to discuss DARPA. DD, I would also like request you invite on ProPilled. Yeah, we know ProPilled. Crab actually does some segment prep for us right now. Yeah, so he's kind of a member of the team now. But yeah, no, ProPilled is a great show. Thank you, YepX. Appreciate that. Mark Pugliese, I lost about 100 pounds over past 4 years following an injury and physical therapy. Good for you, Mark Pugliese. Squire 1975, thanks for the $5. Thanks for pointing out being a Semite is not only about being Jewish, but Arab alike. We know before the Zionists came to the land known by myself and others as Palestine, Jews, and Arabs alike live harmoniously. Thank you. Your video seems a little delayed.
I'm having it's throwing me a little bit here and there. Like I'm getting like a little bit of lag.
You sure the laptop's plugged in?
No. It would have conked out by now if it was.
Oh, okay.
All right. I'm pretty sure I have all my videos in now. Yeah, because the predictions doesn't have any video.
Yeah. All right. We'll move right along. We'll move right along now to worst propaganda. So now we're going to go over the worst propaganda, the least effective propaganda of 2026. And there was a lot to choose from, a lot of really bad psyops this year. Boy, this turns back the clock a little bit. There's DC Drano, Chaya Rychik there with their Epstein files binders. Wow, was that a fail? That was a pretty epic propaganda fail. Hard to top, but in a crowded year, we'll see. Perhaps it is topped by something. Remember AIPAC's We Are Everywhere ad, the Orwellian AIPAC ad? You're going to have to remember it because it's the music in it is copyrighted, so we can't play it. But that was just the right note for AIPAC to hit. That they're really going a long way to, dispel anti-Semitic rumors and tropes. But then, by cutting an ad, boasting about the all-seeing eye of the Israel lobby. Don't
forget, we've planted bombs in all your infrastructure.
Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah. Remember this? Kash Patel and Dan Bongino going on TV to insist that Epstein self-deleted. Yeah. Well, not enough that they were going to, send the memo in a couple months, right? This was about 6 weeks in advance of that infamous FBI and DOJ memo. So let's get out in front of it by sending our two aces out to convince the public that there's nothing to see here.
Jeffrey Epstein committed suicide. People don't believe it.
Well, I mean, listen, they have a right to their opinion, but as someone who has worked as a public defender, as a prosecutor, who's been in that prison system, who's been in the Metropolitan Detention Center, who's been in segregated housing, you know a suicide when you see one, and that's what that was.
He killed himself. Again, you want me to? I've seen the whole file. He killed himself.
Well, that put everyone's doubt to rest, and everybody just moved on. That was the end of that, and nobody had any further questions, and really worked like a charm. Great idea, sending those two guys out.
Yeah, Bongino sweating like he just got out of a schwitz.
Yeah, exactly. It's Harold and Kumar go to the Justice Department. That's great job, aces. Speaking of aces, of course, we have the Kamala Harris book, 107 Days. What the world saw on the campaign trail was only a part of the story. My new book is a behind-the-scenes look at my experience leading the shortest presidential campaign in modern history. Yeah, no, that's why you lost, because people didn't get a chance to know you. Right. They just, the irony is that when she first took over as the candidate, that's when her poll numbers were at their highest. Like if the election were like right when she started the campaign, she probably would have won. The irony is at 107 days, the campaign was actually too long, not too short. What you needed was a campaign of like a day or two where people are like, yeah, at least she can talk. Biden can't talk. All right, maybe we'll vote for her. So 117 days was actually too long a campaign for Kamala, not too short a campaign for Kamala. Who could forget these two, the Zio influencers? Now, the Zio influencers, that's a broad category, right? I mean, we could devote a whole hour to, cringe Zio influencers. But here we go. Emily Austin and Xavier DeRusso kind of take the cake, with this banger right here.
Supporting people who start wars just to lose the wars so they can cry about it and then try it all again.
You must see anti-Semites are literally obsessed with Jews. Now walk with me. While you must see anti-Semites are stacking eviction notices, Jews are out here stacking up businesses.
Jews control all the industries. Maybe if you spent more time taking notes from successful people, you wouldn't have to spend your nights and weekends spreading hate from your anonymous account with an anime profile picture.
Maybe if you had spent less time protesting a genocide, you'd be able to run the media too. Yeah, that's great. No, that's really.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
This is
I mean, I gotta say,
winning.
as a Jew, I feel safer every second that this runs.
Yeah. Maybe if you weren't such a loser, you could own the banks.
You wouldn't have to spend your nights and weekends spreading hate from your anonymous account with an anime profile picture.
Do you work as hard as Jews? Do you network like Jews? No, because you're too busy cheering on a group of musty terrorists who smell like dirty earring backs. And if we're gonna keep it real, you're really mad because your income is giving side hustle.
Period.
How you gonna hate from outside Shabbat? You can't even get in.
All right. Wow. Yeah, I mean,
like honestly, man, if Stormfront wanted to make propaganda videos to make people hate Jews, they couldn't do any better.
yeah. No, I mean that is really, really cringe. In a year where, I mean, the Zionist influencer propaganda could have been its own subcategory. Like there's enough material there where that could have been its own category. But this probably would have won even if we split off the category. I mean, that's just like
That stood out.
Too hard to top. Exactly.
They
then,
topped
of course,
Shmuley Lube.
Yeah. Of course, we had the Erica Kirk town hall. This is perhaps, you always have to be aware of possible recency bias. But no, I would say this and the whole sort of posthumous book tour in general didn't work out the way TPUSA had plans. But the real banner stop, the marquee event on that book tour was, of course, this town hall between Erica Kirk and Barry Weiss. So that was some pretty ineffective propaganda. Then there's, of course, this, which, hey, now for this one, there's a little bit of an asterisk because while this strikes us as very ineffective propaganda, this is prime lib bait. So it remains to be seen whether this actually works or not. But you be the judge of how good this is.
Well, but if your intention
about
is
this
to win Texas
Yeah, if your intention is to win Texas
in a statewide race,
not good. Yeah, believe me, not good.
How about this new one they have? Their new star, Crockett. How about her?
She's the new star of the Democrat Party, Jasmine Crockett. They're in big trouble.
But you have this woman, Crockett. She's a very low IQ person.
I watched her speak the other day. She's definitely a low IQ person.
Crockett. Oh, man. Oh, man.
She's a very low IQ person.
Somebody said the other day she's one of the leaders of the party. I said, you got to be kidding.
Now they're going to rely on Crockett. Crockett's going to bring them back.
Okay, now if you're listening to this on the audio podcast, you might not know that what we just played was an ad for Jasmine Crockett. And you wouldn't know it because she does not say a word in it. She simply stares off camera and then turns to face camera to own Donald Trump without speaking. So yeah, that seems to be quite cringe propaganda. And whether it gets her through the primary or not remains to be seen. But as Russell said, if the goal is to win the general election, not doing yourself any favors with that. Some more bad propaganda, the ICE ads. The ICE ads this year were very, very tone deaf and really hit all the wrong notes. So much so that we can't even play two of the worst ones because they were taken down at the request of people who were in them. So Theo Vaughn was featured in an ICE ad. DHS deportations video featuring comedian Theo Vaughn is taken down after he complained. Yeah, that wasn't the only incident like that of this year. Sabrina Carpenter speaks out against the White House using her song in a pro-ICE video. This video is evil and disgusting. Do not ever involve me or my music to benefit your inhumane agenda. And then if you follow, the Twitter world, you see a lot of these DHS ICE ads come across your feed. Most recently, this one, you're going ho, ho, home. That pretty much tells the story. The ICE ads were just super, super cringe this year. So much so that they were the topic of many news stories themselves. And so got to give a shout out to ICE ads. But, of course, in a year of bad propaganda, the worst of them all has to be the Tyler Robinson, quote-unquote, text messages, the exchange, the supposed exchange between Tyler Robinson and his trans furry lover. You weren't the one who did it, right? I am. I'm sorry. Yeah. We've all read that through a million times. That was so bad, Steve Bannon didn't buy it. Matt Walsh didn't buy it. Megyn Kelly challenged Kash Patel, validating people who didn't buy it. So in a tough year, I have to say that is the winner. But it was a tough year, a tough category. I don't know, is it a sign of imperial decline? Is it a sign that the country's been red-pilled a day too late? But it seems like a lot of the propaganda this year just never really took off, never really took hold. Notice this, what was a contender, of course, is the Venezuela boat stuff too. That's not really taking hold either. That doesn't seem to be having the effect that the WMD scare had back in 2002 and 2003. So very crowded year for bad psyops, but more failures than successes on the propaganda front 2025, which I guess is a good sign of sorts.
It's like they're not even trying anymore.
Yeah,
they're just Cash was just like ChatGPT.
Right.
Gay lovers
Yeah.
in 2025 talking about the assassination of Charlie Kirk, but in the style of Raymond Chandler.
Right.
Go.
Yep. Pretty pathetic stuff. All right.
Pretty awful.
All right. Let's go to some Rumble Rant simplistic linguistics. So when a socialist country struggles as being sanctioned by the global hegemon, that means socialism fails. When a hyper-capitalist country under no sanctions fails, it needs help just to survive. Exactly. You got that right. Stowablock says, Keaton, you need to change your clock batteries. Yeah, no, that's a fixture of the show now. It's 10:10. 10:10.
That's like Paulie, right? What was it? 3:10? What was the time?
Oh, yeah. What was it? Was it 3:10? Yeah, I forget what it was. Yeah. But it's kind of like that. It's telling how the girl in the video mentions anime profile picture when you get a bunch of people who have been expatriating from Hollywood to anime and have been ruining it. Speaking of anime, says Vienticus, I sent you guys a video of that completely batshit way that China apparently shut down an anime convention. Oh, really?
Did they?
I did not see that one. I'll take another look.
I guess I'll scratch that anime convention off my list.
Yeah, there you go. All right, let's do some super chats, shall we?
Sphincter Knucklebuster, Trump, a stain on our nation, but lick strange. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. But like Charles Manson, he's definitely a product of our culture.
That's right.
Steve McNelly, $200. Jeez.
Wow, thank you, Steve. What a guy. Thank you, Steve McNelly.
Even in Australian, that's a lot of money.
Oh, wow.
Thank you for brightening a horrible year. I look forward to hearing your voices, and I'm privileged to be part of the DD crowd. You are all class, but not George and Adelaide until he acknowledges that Queensland is the best state. Do you have crocodiles there? That's always my question about places in Australia. Do you have crocodiles? Because then I don't want to go there. Rock McDonald. Someone should hack into Randy Fine-Scale and convince him he is a weight. How big can we get this balloon before it pops, gentlemen?
Yeah, exactly.
He's trying. He's trying to test it out. Rock McDonald. Someone should. Oh,
that's a repeat.
Did you get that one again? Appreciation community. Hey, you guys are all right.
Thank you. You're all right too.
Soon heaven. Well, not too soon, I hope.
Will smiley face.
All right. You got some rumble rants over there?
I did some rumble rants. So we are good to move right on along. Before we do, I'll remind you it is Sunday night, which means tomorrow is Monday. Every Monday, new episodes of The Grifter's Bible premiere on YouTube. It's the mind-bending novel by El Shabooms. It's a free weekly series with a soundtrack by Monumental Sonic Architecture. Follow the First Electric Church of Jesus Christ as they combine the bleeding edge of black patents in neuroscience with the state-of-the-art in Michigas to beat the Great Recession. They sell visions of God to the huddled masses of Deep Ellum, Texas, and the money pours in until the local competition, the police, and the U.S. Navy decide to put a stop to it. There's ass whoopings, car chases, and a showdown at high noon on Good Friday in Dodge City. It's sci-fi noir. It's a picaresque thriller. It's a Western from 10 minutes in the future. It's The Grifter's Bible, a film series by El Shabooms with a soundtrack by Monumental Sonic Architecture. New episodes drop every Monday at this link, youtube.com/@El-Shaboom. So go over there and smash the subscribe button so you never miss an episode. That's youtube.com/@El-Shabooms. All right, we'll move right on along. What are we at here? What's next?
Tweet of the year.
Oh,
There's
the
a quick
tweet of
one.
the year.
There's a quick one. Okay, so when we say tweet of the year again, it's most impact, most impactful, the ones that went most viral, most visible. So I would say Larry Elder's tweet here of the plane flying into the Twin Towers ahead of Mamdani's election definitely got around as kind of an encapsulation of the deranged Islamophobia that surrounded the effort to stop his election. This is a recent one, but you know what? I felt like it had a lot of impact because it reminded people, no, the Democrats haven't learned a goddamn thing. The Democrats are not coming to save you. From Jasmine Crockett in the previous segment, going full identity politics, feeling that an ad about Donald Trump being a racist is enough. She doesn't have to do it, but literally that's what the ad is saying. I don't have to do anything other than be black in this ad. Here you got the continuing puffing up of Reagan. What did Obama say? I would have been considered a moderate Republican under Reagan, right? Right. Telling people Reagan was all right. I'm just like Reagan. Here is Governor Newsom here. The presidency once served as a reminder of our common humanity. Ronald Reagan described its purpose as building a nation composed of good and decent people. So this is his pitch. We're not even at the primary yet. This is his pitch. I like Reagan. This is what Newsom wants you to know about him. He likes Reagan. So Professor Zenkis, a lot of people responded to this, but he summed it up pretty well. Ronald Reagan referred to black people as monkeys, peddled the racist welfare queen trope, and ignored the AIDS crisis as hundreds of thousands of Americans died from that disease. So, of course, Gavin Newsom is praising him as a decent man. Gotta love these Dems. Yep, that is what they want you to believe constitutes left politics, right? It's that West Wing shit. Yeah, I'm a Democrat, but Ronald Reagan was actually a really great president. I can love Reagan and be a Democrat.
Right.
Yeah. But I think the tweet of the year, the biggest thermonuclear weapon to detonate on X, was the owner of the platform's very own. Time to drop the really big bomb. Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That is the real reason they have not been made public. Have a nice day, DJT. And hey, he was right. He was right. He's in those files. He's all over those files. And you know what else he was right about? He actually is running this shit, not Donald Trump. So much so that only a couple months after he tweeted that out, everybody's talking about what a rift it is. And I got to say, man, we have some very smart people in our audience. Everybody says it. We had a lot of our own people saying it's all a show. It's all a show. It's all theater. And sure enough, man, Elon gets a $200 million defense contract in July. And he ends the year going to a state dinner with Trump, all smiles, being nice as you please. If that doesn't tell you that the president is not in charge of the country, I don't know what would. But that tweet, that was an explosion. That, Keaton reminded me, that actually broke while we were on the air. So that, I would say, for impact, visibility, that was the tweet of the year.
Yeah, the most impactful tweets are the ones that generate news stories all by themselves, right? Sometimes you can generate a news cycle just with the press of a button, and yeah, that is what that tweet did. And at the time, that tweet was a culmination of the sort of tension that had been brewing since before Inauguration Day. Don't forget, the whole fracturing of MAGA really happened before Trump even took office. The first
The
rift
H-1B
over the
thing,
H-1B visas, which was Trump and Elon versus the base. That was in January of 2025. That came to a head, in January of this year. And, the first sort of 5 months of the presidency, there was some tension over that. There was some tension over Doge. And then, obviously, one of my predictions that came true was that Doge would disband. And that culminated in a little temper tantrum by Elon. But because Donald Trump is the sellout of the year, and the people he's selling the country to are the Elon Musks and the Larry Ellisons and the Sam Altmans. Ultimately, as Russ said, Elon ends up at a state dinner at the end of the year anyway.
Yep.
And that just goes to show how big a sellout Donald Trump really is, and the extent to which he sold his movement out to the Elon Musks of the world. But yeah, I mean, there was no close second to that tweet. I mean, that tweet just generated a week's worth of news all by itself.
I mean, tangentially, probably a couple of months.
Yes, exactly. And yes, absolutely. And that is the power of the Twitter machine when used, the way Elon used it there, for sure. Okay. Let's go right into, all right. So now we're going right into the two big categories of the year, the year's worst and the year's best. So the worst are simply the worst, and the best, of course, on Do Dissidents are the dissidents of the year. So first we'll do worst people of 2025.
Oh, hang on. I unloaded that for some reason.
Oh, all right. No worries.
Accident.
All right.
It's still in there.
Okay.
Okay. Got it back.
All right. Go ahead.
Okay. So the worst people of the year. Donald Trump should certainly be a nominee for reasons we've pretty well covered tonight. No need to litigate that. Selling out his base, being a warmonger, basically doing nothing that he's promised, even as he sells off the country with all the class with which he once sold Trump College and Trump steaks. Now it's Trump phones and Trump coin. ICE. Some of the absolute worst scum of the earth people in the country. So much so that even in a country where it has become harder to get a job than it is to get into Harvard, they're having a hard time recruiting. They're having a hard time recruiting because most decent people won't do this. They won't do this. You know why? Because most decent people, when they see a guy kneeling on a pregnant woman, say, man, I don't want any part of that. This is from Status Quo, but they're sharing it from somebody else.
She's pregnant! Okay, swear at your face. Fuck you. She's pregnant! Oh my God.
He starts dragging woman.
meesha waxaa ka dhacay dagaal oo isu dhexeeya ICE-ka iyo dadka kale.
Yeah, so we're seeing scenes like this from ICE all over the place, pulling guns on suburban people on their front lawn, spraying people for no reason with pepper spray. Just absolute scum of the earth. And you can see in the numbers that they're hiring the scum of the earth. 15 push-ups and 32 sit-ups. 1 in 3 ICE recruits fail fitness test. That might be somebody we have a super chat here that they keep putting ICE ads up on the Do Dissident stream. I think they might have heard that 1 out of 3 of our audience can't pass the ICE tests. I think that might be what it is. Some new ICE recruits have shown up to training without full vetting. The recruits have had criminal backgrounds or failed drug tests or were unable to meet physical or academic standards, raising concerns about the agency's rush to hire immigration officers sources told NBC News. So, this is the good news. Most people are decent. They don't want to do this. They don't want to do this. That's why they're so desperate. But then in that desperation, it gets even worse. That moron you argue with on X, he's trying to be an ICE agent. That guy's trying. The guy who says, "Why don't you guys cover some of these scammers?" That guy's trying to get a job with ICE. That's the result. You got them kneeling on a pregnant woman.
Almost like you might be able to deport more people without doing it this way because it'd be easier to recruit people. It'd be easier to recruit people to go do deportations if they didn't act like that.
If they didn't, sure, of course, it's a deterrence.
Oh,
What
yeah.
decent person
Right.
wants to be involved in that once
Right.
they see a video like that? I'll say, I put out something, actually, this is going to come up later, about a Stephen Miller tweet about immigration, and you got all the anti-immigration people talking about the third world. Listen, man, I've worked a lot of jobs where I work around immigrants. In my experience, if your argument is that Americans are better, you're wrong. You're wrong. In terms of the values that a lot of these conservatives claim to have, family values, not being, self-centered, sacrificing for the community and for your family, being hardworking, my experience is immigrants will beat Americans on all of those scores every day and twice on Sunday. It's not even close. I used to say, because I worked with Mexican stablemen at the when I drove a carriage, and I used to say, yo, man, I don't know where the stereotype of like a lazy Mexican comes from, because they were all Mexican. I've never seen people who work as hard as these people work. Certainly, I've never seen an American who works that hard. Yeah, you want more third world people? No, I want more morons like you. That's what we need more of. More lazy, discontented morons looking for someone to blame for their failings. That's what we need more of.
Yeah.
Nayib Bukele. This is funny. We almost played this ad the other day. He put out a whole ad on Christmas. It's amazing. He never gets out of the 80s Miami Vice drug cartel villain suit.
Yeah, no.
Like that's his uniform, like a comic book character. It's like the Hulk. He's always wearing the purple pants. This guy's always wearing the black suit. Even with his family to make a Christmas video, he does not get out of the drug criminal stereotype in a Chuck Norris movie suit.
Yeah. No, one of our chatters said it best. He could have been on Ozark.
Yeah, really. No, yes,
like the guy on Ozark. Yeah.
That's a very good call. So, of course, this guy's very proud to run a torture dungeon. And as actually, if you're going to hold him to the standards by which we've been sending people to CCOT, he should go to CCOT, because apparently there's a lot of evidence he's cut deals with MS-13. He's been working with MS-13. Who would have seen that coming with that outfit? Never could have seen that coming. Ben-Gvir, there's a pretty wide range of targets in the Israeli government. It's a pretty target-rich environment. So what put Ben-Gvir over the top for this nomination? For me, it was this video after they rounded up the flotilla people, the last flotilla, the Samud.
Shine a light on you.
Sorry about that. Got a whole lot of Zionists going on. Minister, where are we? We are now in the Kutsyot prison, and as I promised, those terror-supporting flotilla activists are here in a high-security prison. We are done playing around. They are treated the same as terrorists, same cells, same circumstances. This means the bare minimum. That's what I promised, and that's what I will do. Now let's go and see them. So basically bragging that now they're going to get treated like prisoners who, by definition, he's defining all prisoners as terrorists. They're going to be treated like them. So you're basically confessing that you run a torture dungeon that violates human rights standards for cruel and unusual punishment and detention. And he goes on video and brags about it. He's very excited about it. Ben-Gvir, if you go back, we've shown this video a couple times. There are documentaries about it. He's a terrorist. He's a terrorist. Smotrich is a terrorist. These people are terrorists, but they're in the Israeli government. He's the minister of security. He's the one who said there shouldn't be any law against spitting on Christians because it's an old custom. That's Ben-Gvir. Okay, so Netanyahu, I mean, Satan's got to be on any list for worst of the year. I'm sure we don't need to explain why Netanyahu's there. Stephen Miller. This is, a lot of people talk about the irony that so many people who identify as Jews, and certainly people who identify as Zionists, have gradually turned into Nazis. Stephen Miller exemplifies that probably better than any single person you could name. The speech that he gave at the Charlie Kirk Memorial, a lot of people believe he partly cribbed or took inspiration from a speech by Goebbels called "The Storm is Coming." And actually, there's a certain resemblance, both in manner and feature, that he has with Goebbels. So somebody put him side by side with Goebbels.
Neighbors that you want in your city? No. These are the criminal migrants that Kamala Harris brought into your community. And as swiftly as they came, Donald Trump will send them back. They both have the long, skinny face.
Long, skinny face. They
All
have a
skinny
similar
people
way.
are Goebbels.
All skinny. That's what they mean when they say fat phobia is racist.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Yeah. He definitely. It's kind of weird. He definitely shares some certain mannerism and demeanor. I didn't believe in reincarnation until I saw that video, and now I'm a believer. I think Stephen Miller is the reincarnation of Goebbels. So I mentioned this earlier. Yeah, not the brightest man. None of these people are. Watched the Dean Martin and Frank Sinatra family Christmas with my kids. Imagine watching that and thinking America needed infinity migrants from the third world. To which I responded, Dean Martin and Frank Sinatra were both the children of Italian immigrants who came to the U.S. for a better life than Italy, then impoverished and third world, could provide. People like Stephen Miller considered Italians non-white and fought to stop them from coming to America. It's incredible that you could miss that. Maybe that's a bad example. Dean Martin and Frank Sinatra as an example of why we need to stop immigration. Now, of course, the argument from people like Stephen Miller would be, but they were coming from Italy. That's not the way that there were people just like Stephen Miller then who made exactly that argument about Italy, because they were coming from southern Italy, which at that time was 70% impoverished, and I believe it was 80% illiterate. So I'd say that's the third world by most people's standards. There's always been this division between southern Italy and northern Italy. Northern Italy was more prosperous, but that's not for that reason. That's not where the immigrants were coming from. They were coming from southern Italy, and that's where Dean Martin and Frank Sinatra's families came from. And people forget this now, but Italians were not considered white. Because you get my response. I got a lot of people. The Italy's in Europe, idiot. Not according to those racist cracker Stephen Miller types back then. They didn't consider they did not consider Italy part of Europe. To them, it was Lord of the Rings were the white people, the men of the West. That's it. Italians were not white people to them.
All that aside, I would say, it's just revealing that he would tweet that out, that's where his mind went when he was watching that show.
Of course.
Hey, imagine watching a show with white people in it and being reminded of how much you hate brown people. It's like, hey, this show with white people in it, this reminds me of how much I hate non-white people.
Well, but also not to understand, I mean, setting aside the history that I'm laying out that's been, very much forgotten, that Italians, Jews, Miller is descended, of course, that's part of the irony, from Jewish immigrants himself. He is part of the same. He is descended from the same immigrant wave that Sinatra and Dean Martin are descended from. That late 19th century, early 20th century immigration wave of Italians and Jews. The Irish tended to come a little earlier, although they continued to come through that. But to not understand that looking at the culture, at American culture of the 1950s, not as a triumph of the melting pot ideal as represented by the Rat Pack, but as an argument to keep out immigrants, it's 4D levels of idiocy, that tweet. Okay. TPUSA, man. TPUSA. And you know how you know they've really lost the plot? The kinds of accounts that would have supported TPUSA before Charlie Kirk's murder are the ones who are calling out TPUSA, like Project Constitution. They sent poor Blake out solo. Nobody else had the guts to show their face to read a scripted essay that never answered the donor fraud claims. And he goes on a little bit if you want to look up that tweet. And then Diligent Denizen. As if they couldn't get any more demonic, TPUSA recreated the Charlie Kirk assassination booth at AmFest, where visitors could take photo ops in a murder scene replica. There's something very sick, morbid, and dark going on at that organization. Evil people, bro. Yeah, at this point, I would say there are more conservatives who see TPUSA that way than not. Like that, whoever thought that was a good idea, that tells you a lot about how that organization is being led or not led. It's really fallen apart very, very quickly. So definitely some of the worst people for the year. Stop Anti-Semitism. That really tried to get a good campaign going for casting Ms. Rachel as a radical anti-Semitic monster. Tim Pool tried to give an assist. That didn't work out very well for his career either. Nobody could really buy that. So this is the founder of Stop Anti-Semitism saying the soft part out loud.
Thanks to Google and SEO will follow you for the rest of your life. When you look for a job, when you look for a spouse, when you look for a nanny, when you look for anything, our work will always be documented. Again, thanks to Google and SEO. In corporations where DEI leaders smeared Israel, excused Hamas, we pressured CEOs. Some resigned, many were terminated, but policies were changed, thankfully.
Yeah, so very much we're going to find you, we're going to follow you, we're going to get you. Her and Jonathan Greenblatt, they're really, over the last month in particular, they've really been doing a tag team on making people hate Jews. You know, Greenblatt literally goes onto the floor of the New York Stock Exchange to talk about how Jewish investors are taking control. I mean, really, there's something Leni Riefenstahl might have staged at the behest of the Fuhrer. But you know, she apparently hides her real name because she doesn't want people looking up her history of racist tweets. Her actual name is Leora Reznachenko. She is an immigrant from Russia. I'm not even going to read what she said, but probably her most infamous thing was a very racist response to an image of Ilhan Omar. I got to tell you, from my experience with the Jewish community, there's a lot of racism, and Zionists, it's a racist ideology. It will not surprise you that Zionists tend to be racist. Most of them, unlike her, will not say shit like that out loud because it ruins the image they're trying to present of themselves as victims. But if you can embrace this ideology, it shouldn't be any surprise that there tends to be a supremacist, racist attitude towards others. Alex Karp, who's hoovering up all your data as we speak. He once explained at the 92nd Street Y how he wants to throw fentanyl-laced urine on people who mess with Palantir.
You need a higher purpose, and I also think you often need a lower purpose. Like the higher purpose for me.
What's a lower purpose?
Well, I love the idea of getting a drone and having light fentanyl-laced urine spraying on analysts who tried to screw us. So that's my lower purpose. And, and others. But the higher purpose for me was to get this nation to be the preeminent power in the world, because whatever faults we have, they're nothing like anyone else's.
Corrine Machado, or as we often call her around here, the Joker. She is currently the subject of a lawsuit by Julian Assange, who's claiming that Sweden broke its own laws by giving her a Nobel Prize. Now, why would you give a Nobel Prize to a woman who invites the invasion of her own country by the United States? Well, the way she explained that is a regime change war in Venezuela would be an act of love.
President Trump said that land strikes to stop drug trafficking specifically will start soon. He has been saying that for weeks. Do you know what he is talking about? And has he promised you anything?
No, I don't know. And well, if I knew, I wouldn't say it, of course, but it's not the case. We are not involved, and we will not get involved into another nation's policy for their own national security.
But would you welcome U.S. military action?
I will welcome more and more pressure so that Maduro understands that he has to go, that his time is over. And I will insist something that I've said several times before. This is not conventional regime change. This cannot be compared to other cases like countries in the Middle East. We had an election. Mm-hmm. Regime change was already mandated by over 70% of the population. And what we need is support to enforce that decision.
How do you square military action with receiving a peace prize? Are we at the point it's necessary?
What we're fighting for.
This woman is so bad that the Face the Nation interviewer can't even take it. She's asking the right questions. You've actually steered Face the Nation into relevance. That's how bad you are.
Is precisely freedom in order to have democracy, and democracy in order to have peace. And in order to maintain freedom and to achieve freedom, you do need strength. The contrary would be the peace of the dead, in which you have a country under absolute, oppression and simply given in. And that's not the case. It's absolutely absurd that you see a regime, a criminal regime like Maduro, that gets support from Russia or from Iran, and then as a Venezuelan people not to ask support from democratic countries and democratic leaders. That's absolute absurd. We do not have arms. We have our will. We have the power of organization and the power of love, which at the end, I have to say that peace is ultimately an act of love.
It's going to be one of those loving coups. It's going to be one of those loving CIA black ops. Yeah, that's historically, I can see where she's coming from. That kind of thing has always ended up working out very well for the people that we've invaded or backed coups in. Worked out very well for Vietnam, for Cambodia, for Guatemala. I can see where she's coming from on that. The UAE, which Sudan started a suit against for its complicity in the horrific genocide in their country, which according to experts is actually the world's worst, certainly with the pseudo ceasefire, which has decreased fatalities, if not ended them, in Gaza. It's unquestionably the worst humanitarian crisis and genocide going on in the world today, and the UAE is currently backing it. Shiloh Hendricks, remember her? Remember Shiloh Hendricks, who got rich calling a kid the N-word on a playground. She didn't actually, according to my research, everyone thinks she got $1 million, but she actually increased her target to $1 million. She started out with 20,000, and then she said, "Wow, we got a country full of regards. You know what? I should ask for $1 million." And she got close. According to what I've looked at, $819,000 she got. Calling the kid the N-word. Woman tried to do that act a couple weeks ago. She only got 100, but it's not bad. Not bad money for just being a horrible person, right? So yeah, originally 20,000, increased to $1 million. She got 819,000. Last I read, she's currently being charged. They actually brought charges against her, but slap on the wrist kind of charges. Worst of the year, I got to say, at the end of the day, I'm going to say Maria Corina Machado. The reason being, it's really, you got to be a special kind of evil to go out there and allow Western powers to use you as a proxy and a prop to ask for an invasion of your own country, which is going to kill an untold number of people in your country. And to gleefully, as she has in many interviews, talk about how the country is completely open to be raped by the oil companies and the miners, how they can just come in and take over those resources. She's really celebrating the idea of having a neo-colonial relationship with the West in her own country and inviting that on her own people. So for that reason, we say Maria Corina Machado, Nobel Peace Prize winner, is the worst person of the year.
Yeah, and I think that is a good pick, as made more obvious by the fact that she is the Nobel Peace Prize winner, right? You almost feel a need to accent that. Yeah, to invite a regime change war in your own country, knowing the history of how these regime change wars go, yeah, that's kind of diabolical. And in this case, she's doing it and shedding all pretense. I mean, she's telling Don Jr. on the podcast, hey, American oil company's going to make a lot of money here. I mean, they're being very, very obvious and very, very on the nose. And so, yeah, Netanyahu has been the returning champion, and, he's always a sort of default winner. Sure. There's never really an argument for anybody else. But this year, if she's going to be the Nobel Peace Prize winner, then we feel like we have to honor her ourselves and give a sort of reciprocal recognition, if you will.
We're taking our cues from the Nobel Peace Prize Committee.
Exactly. Had to do it. All right. Vienticus Prime says, crazy. I left out the word crazy. It's batshit crazy. That's all right, Vienticus. Thank you very much. Professor Brown note, Keaton's doomsday clock does not say 11:59:59. There's an optimist and the pessimist. Thank you. Counteract Rook 79 says, my favorite show. Thank you. Been with you guys on Rumble since the beginning. One of two podcasts I tune into religiously. Wishing you continued success in the coming year. Well, thank you, Contract Rook.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate that very much. Vienticus Prime says, ICE is full of little more than products of George Soros' genitals. Prove me wrong. Vienticus Prime, remember what Reagan said, everyone. ICE is here from the government, and they're here to help, so don't question. Vienticus Prime says, ICE is to MAGA what random pallets of bricks are to BLM. They're also the same level of intelligence. I got 1 million of them. Thank you, Vienticus. Stowy Black says, Russ, ever consider starting a New York City Jew tunnel tour? I'll pay you $100 to show me the Jew tunnels in New York City. That would be a good tour.
Yeah, well, I don't know. They're mad about that mole people video I did on Jimmy's. They're not going to let me in now.
Yeah, exactly. All right, take some super chats.
All right. Charles Gracia. I see ICE ads when I watch Dissidents clips. Maybe they need a better marketing team. Nah, well, they think you're the target audience. Got to prove them wrong. Heavy Snack. Can 2026 be the first annual Zionist of the Year award? It can be hosted during PVD.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly.
Netanyahu roast. Yeah, we should do that. Race Car K. I bet AI will do our taxes next year. E-filing might be too fancy, but AI could fill out the PDF form to mail in. You know, I have a lady that's been doing my taxes for like 10 years. I'm going to stick with her. Burning the land. Pro-life Americans would rather migrants to abort. Yeah, okay. All right. Domark, I had to think about that for a second. I thought Trump's presidential photo with his evil scowl and underlighting was a joke. Who allowed this, I thought? In 2017, he smiled with brighter light. This photo was foreshadowing for T2. Yeah, say that again. P.W. Walker, revel in it, Russ, while you can. Under the new Barry Weiss team, Face the Nation will go right back to absolute narrative compliance. Yeah, she didn't get around to that lady yet, I guess.
Yeah.
All right. All right. You got some rumble rounds?
I did some. So now we're going straight to the big award of the night. All right, folks. Let's count down our Dissidents of the Year 2025, the top prizes, of course, and then we will announce the big winner. So our nominees for Dissident of the Year, of course, Miss Rachel has to be on one of them. Just an immensely popular children's YouTube creator, raking in tons of money on her YouTube show, on her Netflix deal, through merchandising. She did not need to put herself out there in the way that she did, and she didn't mean to. She simply made the mistake of affirming the humanity of Palestinians, and for that invited a whirlwind of hatred her way. And rather than shrink from that, she doubled down and tripled down, and has been one of the most powerful advocates for the children of Gaza in the media space. So good on her, Miss Rachel. An obvious nominee for Dissident of the Year. We will also give a shout out to Thomas Massey and Marjorie Taylor Greene, although I got to say more of a shout out to Thomas Massey since he's actually sticking around and staying to fight the good fight in Congress. But these two stepped out and challenged the president when it looked for a minute there like no one in the Republican Party would. It looked like Congress was going to just be completely subservient as one Republican bloc for Donald Trump. But they put themselves out there and defied the president in a few very meaningful ways, both on the anti-boycott bill and most famously, of course, on the Epstein files. So Thomas Massey and Marjorie Taylor Greene were the nominees for sure. We got to go way, way back to the beginning of the year to a video we did on Hasbara How. That was the Israeli chatbot that went rogue and started defying the Zionist narrative. So that was a chatbot that was trained by the Israeli government that started trolling Israel. A great story. Just search Do Dissidents Hasbara How if you want to watch that segment. One of our favorites of the year from way back at the beginning of the year. But of course, got to give a shout out to Hasbara Hal as one of the Dissident of the Year nominees. Then, of course,
Mecca Hitler, honorable mention.
Honorable mention to Grok's sort of tantrum there as well. Yes, for sure. The Somali trolls. Yeah, the Somali trolls, a late entry, but worthy entry here. This became a social media trend of Somalis insisting that Minnesota was promised to them 3,000 years ago.
Are really upset about Somali immigration to Minnesota for some reason. But the thing is, Minnesota is the homeland of the Somali people, and it was promised to us 3,000 years ago. In fact, one of the founding documents of the state of Minnesota is literally codifying into law that Somali people have self-determination on that land.
Yeah, the Somalis really showed their sense of humor over these past few weeks. They responded to this controversy in style. So here's an account, Truth Troll Official. Now, I don't know if he made this video. It's not watermarked, but clearly whoever made this video did so as a troll, and it is really funny. This guy clearly filmed himself as a Somali immigrant buying 4 eggs and a couple slices of bread from a Dollar General. Now, I'm of two minds about showing this because on the one hand, I don't encourage trolling ordinary workers in this way. This is part of what radicalizes people to the rights is when they have experiences like this. A lot of people in the store here are probably thinking this is exactly why I voted for Donald Trump. So I can't recommend you do this since I do think it is kind of politically counterproductive. But hey, it's the holidays. We're all kicking back and having a little fun. So as a troll, this is pretty damn good. This guy wearing a camera filming himself as a Somali immigrant buying 4 eggs and 2 slices of bread at a Dollar General. Let's have some fun and take a look.
You don't tell me to be quiet.
Quiet.
No.
Edie, how do I ring up eggs like this?
We can't sell like that. We don't. That's not. We don't do that. You buy a full carton and you buy a full thing of bread. You don't. You can't just break into bags of stuff.
Me car outside?
We only sell things in actual packaging.
Yes, I buy.
You can't just buy 4 eggs and a couple of slices of bread. You have to buy the whole loaf of bread and the whole carton of eggs.
Me car outside?
I don't understand what that means.
His car's outside.
Yeah, I get his car's outside. That doesn't do anything for me about the packaging. We only sell it as a package, the full quantity.
Yes, the American store this eat me buy.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No, we only sell the full carton of eggs and a
me car outside.
Okay, that has,
Who knew the Somalis were this funny? Like their troll game is just unmatched.
how's that? What does that have to do with buying?
You're American English?
Yeah, American English says you have to buy the entire bag of bread and the entire carton of eggs, or we can't sell it to you. That's it.
You're American. Who is the leader of this operation?
Me.
Yes. Who do you speak for?
I'm an assistant manager.
Yes.
It's her first day.
But
I
I'm
don't know what you want
new,
from her.
so she's.
I buy
You cannot buy just 4 eggs. You have to buy the entire carton of eggs.
me car outside.
Your carton outside has nothing to do with the reality that I'm telling you. I'm telling you, you have to buy the entire carton.
English?
English.
Hablo Castellania, Cataco, Blodosro, Blocabenso.
I'm saying I can only sell to you an entire thing. We have a line behind us. You cannot buy just 3 eggs and 4 things. That doesn't do anything for us.
Yes, I buy.
We can't accept that. No.
Yeah, we have to have American dollars.
This
foreign money.
Where you got the bread from?
Well, the bread's
Go.
Just call the police.
Go.
Sir, we
Go
cannot
get
help you.
You have to buy the whole bag.
Go get that bag that
That's
you
the way it
know.
is in this country. You gotta use American money.
You worker?
I'm the wait team.
You worker?
Where is the bag that you got?
Call the
this out?
police.
You quiet.
You don't tell me to be quiet.
Quiet.
No, go fuck yourself.
You no person to speak for me. You know you're American man?
Yes,
This
I'm a
me-
citizen.
American or what? The rule
I'm going to
is
call the
that.
Westchester Police. We cannot accept that money. Our
All right, so there we go. Like I said, everyone in that store who voted for Trump looks at that and they think to themselves, "This is why I voted for Trump." So it's not politically productive, but hey, I mean, they're
that was funny shit.
they're great trolls, man. Like who knew?
Car outside.
Me car outside. Just keep repeating that non sequitur over and over again. As if it's a response to anything.
No, I mean that's some good comedy, man.
Yeah,
they got some good comedy chops.
Yeah, so gotta give a shout out to the Somali trolls. They really took this moment and shined.
Yes.
Shined. Yes, made their presence.
Who knew it was their moment to shine?
Yeah, who knew it was their moment exactly. All right, more dissidents of the year, of course. Hey, come on. Pier Battista Pizzaballa, the People's Pope, robbed of the papacy, robbed of the anti-Semite of the year nomination. So we got to represent our guy here, Pier Battista Pizzaballa. Cardinal Pier Battista Pizzaballa should be the Pope.
Should be Pope. Yep.
Should be Pope. There he is walking through
We were
Gaza.
going to become Catholic.
Yeah, we were going to convert. Exactly. Yeah. You could have had 2 new members. You could have 2 new members.
We had that wager.
But you blew it. But yeah, there he is walking through Gaza. We just did a segment. He just visited the Gaza church, the church that was attacked by Israel over the summer. What a good fellow. What a good fellow, Pierre Batista Pizzaballa. Colonel Anthony Aguilar, GHF whistleblower. We had the privilege of interviewing him on our show a few months back. Surely a worthy nominee for Dissident of the Year. Took tremendous courage to speak out against the injustices he witnessed with his work at the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, which is, of course, the privatized Israeli-U.S. aid operation, quote unquote, getting food in during the blockade. Mahmoud Khalil served 104 days in ICE jail for speaking out for the Palestinian people. A man jailed for speech in America, a permanent legal resident, a green card holder with an American citizen wife who at the time was pregnant with their child, went to jail for 104 days for the crime of saying things that the government did not like. This was the first automatic fail for Donald Trump since taking office, was actually locking someone in a cage because of what they had to say, even though they are a permanent legal resident with every right to call this country their home, with every expectation that the First Amendment will protect them. And upon his release, he went immediately back to the front lines of the protest movement in New York City and was out marching with pro-Palestine protesters the first chance he got after being released. So, of course, one of the dissidents of the year. Then, of course, we have the Osceola family. This is Betty Osceola and the Miccosukee tribe down in southern Florida in the Everglades for their protests against alligator Alcatraz and their successful lawsuits against the alligator Alcatraz migrant jail for skirting environmental laws and regulations and building on their land. That litigation is still ongoing because there are all kinds of appeals and things like that. But at the very least, they were hugely successful in stopping the expansion and slowing the operation at Alligator Alcatraz. So a huge shout out to them, of course, as Dissidents of the Year. Then there are really all of the Gaza doctors should be recognized every year. This is Dr. Feroz Sidwa, who we had the pleasure of interviewing on the Jimmy Dore show. He and Jonathan Perlmutter, along with 60-plus other Gaza doctors, published the expose in the New York Times about bullets being found in the skulls of children in Gaza. He mentioned how he was surprised to see children with gunshot wounds in their head, and he started asking other volunteer doctors if they had seen the same thing, and he said all but one had, and so they published this big expose on it in the New York Times. Now, that came out in 2024, but he did speak at the United Nations this year over the spring, and so here's some of what Dr. Sidwa had to say.
Gaza, I operated in hospitals without sterility, electricity, or anesthetics. Surgeries took place on crowded and filthy floors. Children died not because their injuries were unsurvivable, but because we lacked blood, antibiotics, and the most basic supplies that are readily available in any large hospital anywhere else in the world. I did not see or treat a single combatant during my 5 weeks in Gaza. My patients were 6-year-olds with shrapnels in their heart and bullets in their brains, and pregnant women whose pelvises had been obliterated and their fetuses cut in two while still in the womb. Mothers sheltering in the hospital cooked bread on hot plates in the emergency department during mass casualty events as we dealt with the rain of fire and death falling around us everywhere.
So, an obvious choice, obviously, for Dissident of the Year, Dr. Feroz Sidwa. Also, we have the team behind the Oscar-winning documentary No Other Land, which won the award back in, I guess, March is when the Oscar ceremonies are. Since winning the Oscar, the Palestinian filmmakers behind this film have been subject to increased Israeli threats, beatings, kidnappings. One of the people involved with this film, not pictured here, was even killed. So making this film drew more heat upon the Palestinian filmmakers who made it. The Israeli filmmakers who made it made a point to say that at the Oscars. So Yuval Abraham, he's the guy on our right in that picture. He's an Israeli who co-founded the actually one of very, very, very few based Israeli media outlets, Plus 972 magazine, which is an anti-Zionist, anti-apartheid Israeli magazine. He made a point of saying, you know, when we go back, I get to go home to safety, but my Palestinian filmmakers who are on the stage with me don't. They get to return to occupation and apartheid, and they were subject to increased hostility from the Israeli settlers and the IDF themselves as a result of having made this film and gotten it out into the world as far as they did. But a great act of bravery for them, and so they definitely deserve shout-outs as Dissidents of the Year. Then there's, of course, Francesca Albanese, who is currently under U.S. sanctions for the supposed crime of reporting on human rights abuses in the Palestinian territories. Just an outrageous misuse of state power to sanction a woman who poses zero threats to anyone. She is literally a reporter on human rights for the UN, and she now cannot get a credit card, she can't get a bank account, she can't access her health insurance. So, you know, these sanctions are more than just symbolic. These sanctions really affect people in a very profound way, and she is on the receiving end of just horrible mistreatment by the United States government right now for absolutely zero reason other than that she tells the truth about Gaza and the West Bank and the Israeli genocide. And
her kids can't send her gifts.
No, they can't. You can't
because it's materially supporting a terrorist.
Yeah, or a sanctioned person. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So yeah, no, it's no, it really is horrible. I mean, it really does upend your life to be put on that sanction list, and she is there for you know, all the wrong reasons. All the wrong reasons. It's just so unjust that a person like this would be punished while a person like Benjamin Netanyahu is shielded from the ICC by the United States government. Really, nothing exposes the depravity of the West more than the fact that she can't accept a gift from her family, but Benjamin Netanyahu gets shielded from international law. So, look, we're not playing favorites here. Obviously, all of these people on this list are you know, totally worthy. In this case, special shout out to those who literally put their lives on the line in order to intervene on behalf of the Palestinians. And that makes this year's award for Dissident of the Year a group award to the Gaza flotilla. Numerous boats, numerous trips in very, very dangerous waters. We mentioned when Russ went over the worst people of the year when they were apprehended by the Israeli government. Chris Smalls, who was one of the more high-profile people on these flotilla missions, described being beaten and brutalized in IDF custody. Greta Thunberg described being sexually harassed in IDF custody and tortured and taunted. And we just had this week a German journalist named Anna Littke says she was raped, shall we say, while in detention by the IDF after being captured on a flotilla mission. Here she is.
Part of the Freedom Flotilla as a journalist. I was on the journalist and medical boat, the Conscience, on the way to Gaza this fall. Around 100 nautical miles away from the coast of Gaza, we were intercepted. We were put into prison for 5 days. And in this speech, as a woman, I want to talk about the sexual violence I experienced in prison. I do not want to talk about it just to put the focus on myself, because it is nothing personal, it is nothing individual, and it's nothing that I should be ashamed about. We were transferred from one prison to another, and during the strip searches, I was raped. I'm sharing this to say it again, and not just for me, And not just because I'm the only one that experienced it, because this is not true. I'm sharing it for all the women who experience sexual violence and sexual torture in the prisons, for all the women who have experienced similar horrible things in the prison and probably are experiencing them right now as we're speaking on this conference.
So it's not a particularly tough call, even though obviously this is to take nothing away from the other honorees. But yeah, we said this right when the first ship set sail, what risk these people were putting themselves at. And so, yeah, Dissidents of the Year, the crew of the Gaza flotillas, all the crew on all the missions, major props and respect to all of them.
Yeah, I mean, this was something where most of these people, they're really not trained for this, and they're putting their lives in their hands, man. Carsey Blanton was on that boat. She wrote actually a lovely song about it. I'll try to throw it into next week's intermission. But yeah, I mean, that takes a lot of courage. That takes a lot of courage, man. Like with the Israelis, you don't know. Like, especially then, there was a lot of speculation because they have such impunity and they're so heedless of consequences. It would be nothing for them to blow up these boats and say they had a gun.
Right.
They opened fire on us. Who's going to hold them accountable? So getting on those boats, you really were risking your lives. And of course, as we know, they didn't actually blow them out of the water, but they were abused. They were tortured. They were put this woman's account is the most extreme thing we've heard so far. But yeah, man, I mean, Greta Thunberg was sexually violated as well, not to that extent, at least according to what she said so far. But people describe being denied medication, being held without food, being held without water. They were tortured. They were tortured because the Israelis wanted to send a signal that next people who do this, it's going to be even worse. You're going to get even worse than this. The ceasefire came, or certainly there would have been another flotilla, and we don't know how that would have turned out. But yeah, that takes a lot of courage to get on those boats.
Yeah, and I will give
These were a lot of just average people who did it.
Of course. A lot of them were just average people, and I was gonna say, if you want to give a special shout out to Greta Thunberg, I think it is warranted for the opposite reason, that she wasn't an average person, that she basically had a very easy life cut out for her if she wanted it. She just could have been, a Davos activist for life and had it really, really easy. Talk about climate change at the big conferences, talk about income inequality, talk about racial justice and this and that, just basically do the lib lawn sign policy set tour. And she could have raked in money and gotten very famous and remained in good standing with all the very powerful and well-connected people of the world. And instead, she did this. She did this, which shows that, whether you like what she stood for before she did this or not, she was the real deal. She wasn't just posing, because you wouldn't do a thing like this unless you were the real deal. And so everybody on those boats are the real deal. And they are, once again, the Dissidents of the Year for 2025, the crew of the Gaza flotillas. Okay, let's do some more super chats and rumble rants, and then we'll get into predictions before we close the lights on the show. Jake, you got the scroll while we're doing this? Shout out to Jake in the booth, of course. So Jake has our supporter scroll. Hey, if you like what we do here and you want to help us do more of it, the best way to do it is to become a member at dodissidents.com/Patreon/Substack or /Locals. Perks of membership include bonus content, film club content, post-game live stream content, and of course, call-in access to our weekly Q&As, which happen every Sunday night over on Rumble after the main show. Tonight is, of course, Sunday, which means we will be heading over there shortly. We are coming down the home stretch of the show tonight. We just have to register our predictions for next year and grade our predictions from last year, but we will be going over for Q&A after the main show concludes, and so come over there and join us. Patrons have call-in access, so sign up at any of those links on the screen for just $5 a month and give us a call on the last patron call-in of 2025. All right, we got some super chats over there.
Yes, we do. Mr. S Experience. Love you guys. You really filled the space left behind by the late, great Michael Brooks, calling out the ghouls with humor and heart. Thank you,
Well,
man.
thank
It's a
you.
very kind thing to say. Nobody could fill that space, but that's very touching.
Thank you.
Richard Namulala. Happy New Year. Great job, gents. Rich from Buffalo. I know who you are, mofo. If you all are ever in Buffalo, buy Rich a drink, man. He was a very good wingman. Hung out with me through all my bad singing at the karaoke. You got some rumble rants?
Let me take a look here. Vienticus Prime. Zion is told the Goyim to reject the evidence of their eyes and ears. It was their final, most essential command. Thank you, Vienticus. RB Ham. What's with Netanyahu recognizes Somaliland as an independent state? When did Minnesota secede? Thank you, RB. That's right. That's right. Cool Blue, thanks for the $10. Congratulations for another year, Do Dissidents. I will not be available for tonight's live post show, so thank you. Keaton and Russell and everyone who also contributes to Do Dissidents. Thank you, Cool Blue.
Thank you.
Appreciate that very much. Stoy Black, Keaton, nobody gives a fuck about Stranger Things. I didn't talk about Stranger Things. I tweeted out
When did Keaton talk about Stranger Things?
I tweeted out about Stranger Things because people were talking about it, this week because the new episodes dropped.
Yeah. Well, apparently it ends in the worst way.
Well, I think it's not over until this. I think they're
No,
dropping one more big one.
I mean, like, yeah, they built the whole season around the kid coming out.
Yeah. I
They haven't figured out yet that people are they're over
don't
it.
care.
Man.
Yeah.
They're over it. They're not interested. It's not like, look, I could understand if you did something like that in 1990.
Right.
Like why? Why? In a science fiction horror show.
Mark Pugliese, boys, did you hear that Bree was thrown off Instagram for showing this video? I don't know about what video you're talking about, but I do know she was thrown off Instagram.
What was it? She I can't remember exactly. Like I boosted her tweet about getting thrown off, but then she filled in more detail. I can't remember what it was that she drew attention to in particular, but yeah, there was something specific.
Right. I don't know what the video was. All right. The M Samba says excellent end of the year review.
It was the grape video.
Oh, it was? Oh, interesting. Wow. I knew she was something. I didn't know what it was. M Samba says excellent end of year review. Keep up the great work. Thank you, M Samba.
Thank you.
Appreciate that very much. All right. Let's move right on along.
All right. So
all right,
2025 predictions.
We're going to do, our prediction scorecard from last year and then the new predictions. Yeah, exactly.
Okay. All right. Who's going first?
It doesn't matter. You want to go first? You can go first, or I can go first.
Sure.
All right,
I mean,
go first.
yeah.
You go first this time, and I'll go first with the 2026.
Okay. All right. So me and Keaton, we both did pretty good. Both did pretty good from last year. Was that 60%? Or 60%?
Yep, we went 3 for 5 in our predictions.
3 for 5. All right. My Hollywood predictions were pretty dead on. They were multi-part predictions. I predicted that that it would be the end of the superhero genre in that Captain America would bomb. I also said that Superman would underperform, which it indeed did. In 38 days, it had made the money that the Batman movie made in 18. I rather like the movie, but I think people are over the genre. I said that Hollywood decline would continue. There was going to be a box office collapse. And indeed, box office massacre. October revenue falls to 27-year low, excluding the pandemic. Oh, hang on. Do I have those banners? I have those banners. I forgot to pull them up. Give me 1 second.
It's all right. No, so Stoey Black says, Keaton, I was just kidding about Stranger Things. Whatever floats your boat, man. No, I don't know why you think I cared about Stranger Things. I haven't been
Have you ever even seen an episode of
No,
Stranger
I've seen I watched
Oh,
all
I didn't- I
four.
didn't think
I
you were
watched all
into it.
4 of the previous seasons. No, I said on Twitter that it has really sucked since season 2, where, spoiler alert, if you don't want to know, I don't think anyone cares, and it's old news by now.
I thought the last season, like, I agreed with the general consensus that it kind of recovered in the 4th
Okay, so
season.
the thing about Stranger Things is, while we're stopped, since they killed Bob in season 2, the whole thing has really been kind of sucky. And if you notice, because when they killed Bob off, what they demonstrated was the creators demonstrated a complete misunderstanding of what the show meant to the fans, which was it's escapist, nostalgic, campy, fun. It's supposed to be fun, which means you have to have a happy ending sometimes. Not all the time. Like it's like you want to kill off a major character like that, a beloved character, to make a statement to the audience that it doesn't always end happily. That creates suspense moving forward. I get that. But they do that every time now. It's been a formula in the last 3 seasons. You start out with your suspicions about a character. The character redeems themselves and becomes a hero, and then they die in this horrible, gruesome, tragic way. It happened with Bob in season 2, with Billy in season 3, and then Eddie in season 4. It's a formula right now that, we take this character on a journey from someone we don't really like and someone that we don't really trust. Then we get to love him, and then we kill him. Nobody wants to watch. That's like sappy. So it always ends on this like sappy downer bullshit note where the whole ride, because it's a very well-crafted adventure show. But I feel like because it always ends on that note now for 3 seasons in a row, it like you get the sense that you're just being set up for disappointment and that you're just going to feel kind of empty at the end of it. And so it's not worth investing time in anymore. That's the way I feel about it. I feel it completely sabotaged itself. And the start of that was when they killed Bob, because that was a great scene of suspense where it looked like he was going to die, but you didn't know he was going to die. See, a guy who understands these moments like this, not to ramble, is Quentin Tarantino. When Quentin Tarantino talks about the Spawn Ranch scene with Brad Pitt at Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, he said what made that scene work so well is that in that moment of the movie...
I was thinking about the Janine massacre.
Yeah, right, yeah. He says in that moment of the movie, Brad Pitt's character could die. Like, it makes sense for him to be killed in that scene. He had already served the story. He could have totally been killed by the cult, by the Manson cult in that scene, and the movie would have worked just as well, which means we legit didn't know that whole scene if he was going to make it or not. And the fact that he does make it gives us this kind of like catharsis, right? You have to give the audience a catharsis once in a while. Not every time. You can have a sad ending every once in a while, but it can't be every single time. Then it gets formulaic and predictable in the worst way, in the most predictable way. So no, Stranger Things has sucked since then. It really has not worked since then.
Yeah, I mean, the whole thing was building up to a coming out scene. So, I mean, when I found that out, I was like, it's a good thing I lost interest in this and didn't bother to watch the season.
Right.
Because that would have been really annoying. I'm just going to start this segment again.
Yeah, just start lower. Yeah.
All right. So my predictions for Hollywood were dead on. Superhero genre collapse. Captain America bombs. Superman underperforms. Hollywood decline worsens. And at least one tech company moves on a studio purchase. So indeed, Captain America bombed. Superman underperformed. Box office, October revenue fell to a 27-year low, excluding the pandemic. And, of course, Larry Ellison used that Oracle money to fund his Nepo baby son taking over Paramount. And he's currently directly using Oracle stock to guarantee their bid for Warner Brothers. No telling how that's going to turn out. But essentially, Larry Ellison and Oracle took over Paramount. So all in all, that one was perfect. Now, something I got completely wrong. Kathleen Kennedy out at Disney. I think a lot of people thought this was finally going to be it. They had enough of Kathleen Kennedy. But in my defense, they dropped more Epstein files over the weekend, and people were really shocked at some of the photos that came out of the 2017 Star Wars celebration. Just who knew?
Yeah, right.
Who knew? You know, we don't know who the women in the scanty Chewbacca costumes are. They redacted the victims, but you got Ghislaine there, got Noam Chomsky, Jeffrey Epstein, Trump. Yeah. I did not know Trump was a fan. And there, of course, you know, Kathleen Kennedy back there. There are some redacted emails now that suggest she may have been running this whole thing. We don't know, but you know, a lot of people think there's blackmail material because there's no other explanation for why a woman who has destroyed some of the world's most valuable IPs, and in the case of Star Wars, a lot of people would fairly argue it was the most valuable IP in entertainment until she got a hold of it. Why this woman cannot be fired? Well, in all seriousness, she was basically a glorified secretary for George Lucas and Steven Spielberg, and there are a lot of rumors, particularly around Spielberg. God knows what she's seen and what she has had access to. A lot of people legit think she has blackmail material because it's hard to explain why on earth this woman has not been fired. You took Star Wars and made it something people don't want to see anymore. How do you not get fired? Everything she has touched from Lucasfilm has turned to shit. Willow, which I never liked, but some people did. Indiana Jones, like all of it, just lit on fire. And this woman cannot be fired. Apparently, it's very weird. Very, very weird. Okay, so my next thing was woke creator economy decline. Numbers down across the space. Walsh, White, and Angel. I specifically mentioned them in the prediction. And some pop culture nerds will try to pivot. Okay, so it's a little small for you all to see there, but you can look it up. In order to be fair, I strictly stuck to taking the first two columns of everybody that I'm going to cite, and then I looked at what their videos did 1 year ago. Okay, so Matt Walsh, you got 111,000, 48,000, 285,000, 254,000, 132,000, 21,000 views. Nobody cared about whether Mary and Joseph were illegal aliens. Nobody was into that video apparently.
It's a good shot. It was worth a shot. You know,
it was worth a shot. I could see why he thought there would be interest. 76,000, and I think that last one there's 26,000. Yeah, 26.4. Okay, so what was Matt Walsh doing a year ago? 205,000, 1 million, 102,000, 336,000, 122, 138, 699K, and 1 million. All right, so I'd say the case is made that there has been a tremendous collapse in Matt Walsh's viewership year over year. Buck Angel, how's he doing? All right, so he never did those kind of Matt Walsh numbers. But you got 28,000, 17, 14, 19, 19. Was that 50? That's his big video for the week, 34, 29. So if we go back a year, 24, 23, 33, 209, 100, 243, 34, 20. So definitely a fall off, but from a lower level to begin with, but there's definitely been a drop. Blair White, I did not realize what kind of numbers Blair White does. Blair White, you got 359, 224, 485, 442. What you got down there? 26.4. That was her week one. Is that what that says?
Yeah, no, 265.
Oh,
right? Yeah.
Yeah, I should have brought my glasses.
Big one.
702, 116, and 265. All right. So this is what she was doing a year ago. 445, 603, 1.4 million, 913, 1.1 million, 512,000, 981,000, 720,000. So yes, pretty big drop. She's still doing all right, but tremendous collapse from what she was doing a year ago. Now I wanted to pick this guy because he's not one of the bigger nerd channels, and it's pretty indicative because you got to assume that he's had significant subscriber growth over the last year, right? So he's at 346,000 subscribers. I don't know what he had a year ago, but he definitely had to have put on at least 50 over the last year. So this is one of the kind of pop culture nerd things. So this is, again, taken off the top row, 42, 36, right? Yeah. 42, 36, 48, 46, 13, 18, 13, 44. All right. So you go back a year, 143,000, 39,000, 93,000, 19, 85, 27, 25, and 35. All right. So again, not one of the bigger channels, but definitely doing better a year ago with less subscribers. Like he hasn't hit that plateau that channels like Nerdrotic or Critical Drinker have hit. Now, as far as pivoting goes, I said the best of them will make a pivot, and the Critical Drinker is the best of them. He's the most skilled. I read him as the most capable of surviving the total collapse in the nerd thing and becoming like a Mark Kermode, a millennial Mark Kermode, for anyone who knows. He's a very acerbic British critic. And if you look at his content now, most of this, and this is just his most recent stuff, most of it is not the nerd stuff. You got an Avatar review, but then he's got, talking about the trailer for David, right? It's really not a nerd thing. He started a Crash and Burn series, which is actually a pretty good choice for him. It plays to his strengths, just about Hollywood figures whose careers have crashed and burned. He did an Animal Farm thing, Supergirl's in the nerd lane, Starfleet Academy trailers in the nerd lane. But he did a beginning of the end about Netflix taking over WB, and he's got another series. This has been going for a while, Production Hell, where he covers movies that had particularly famously bad production processes. So what you see from that, the fact that, five out of the 8 are not playing to that nerd thing. He's still going to do that because that's a big core of his audience. But I think he's trying to pivot away from it. And of anyone in that lane, I think he probably has the best chance of being able to reinvent himself as just an acerbic film critic and theorist. All right. So this one was pretty dead on. MSNBC rebrands to be more like News Nation. Reed and or Morning Joe out. Possible name change. Boom.
Nailed it.
MS Now. Multiple sclerosis now, as we called it. This one I was wrong about. Biden diagnosed with mental disability.
You were close.
He's diagnosed with cancer, but I thought they were just going to admit it at this point.
Right.
But no. And maybe my most embarrassingly wrong prediction. See, this is why you should never go above and beyond. We only have to do 5 of these. I went for 6, and that's where I went really wrong. Lily Phillips attempts to sleep with 1,000 men, fails at 999. Boy, did I miss. 1,113 men in one go.
Owned.
Boy, did she prove me wrong.
Owned.
I got owned by Lily Phillips.
Yeah. So that's Russell's scorecard. Went 3 for 5 with, I guess 3 for 6 counting the.
That was
counting the joke pick, right? All right. So Russ was 3 for 5. Now we're gonna go over my predictions here. I have fewer bells. I have 0 bells and whistles on my predictions. I just have the banners here. So. The big W for me was ICE disbands. ICE was supposed to go through the 250th anniversary celebration of the United States of America, which is, of course, set to take place on July 4th of this year, 2026. I said right away they're not going to make it through the year. I could have claimed victory a couple weeks into 2025 when Vivek Ramaswamy jumped ship, because don't forget, it was billed as a joint venture between Vivek and Elon, and Vivek didn't even make it to inauguration.
Hang on, that says ICE dispense.
Oh, what's
talking about Doge?
Doge. What did I say? Doge. Yeah, that's stupid.
I was looking at this. I was like, you never said that.
No. My bad. All right, so that was a big L. Doge disbands, of course. Thanks.
Go.
Good catch. Yes, Doge disbands. Well, everything I just said was true, except I put the wrong banner up. So yeah, Doge disbands. Doge, that was a big W. Because I called that right away. Saw that coming from a mile away, too many egos in the room, and this was my prediction. I did not predict ICE would disband. I predicted Doge would disband, and they did. Now Doge no longer exists, according to the government itself. So they did not even make it through the year, much less through the 250th anniversary. So that's a big W for me. Doge, not ICE. Doge disbands. All right, this was one I got wrong. Richie Torres runs for governor. Now, this is the L that I don't fault myself for too much, because what Richie Torres essentially said at the beginning of this year was that he would not run for governor if Zohran Mamdani won the mayoral primary. He saw that as kind of a testing of the waters. He was talking like he was going to run. He was criticizing Hochul, saying she's a failed leader and she can't possibly be the nominee because she's going to take the party in a terrible direction and she can't win. And then he said, he would consider running for governor, but would decide against it if Mamdani won, because that would be seen as, New York City being too hostile to Richie Torres' politics. So Mamdani scored an upset win, and Richie Torres canceled his plans. That is an L for me, but I don't fault myself for that one too much because, hey, who saw that coming? Nobody. Now, the L that I really do deserve, and this is a really tough one, is this one. I predicted a peace deal in Ukraine. Not only was I was wrong for the second consecutive year. I predicted a peace deal in Ukraine going into 2024. So this is like classic fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me. I have no excuse for predicting this a second year in a row. That's just a major L that I fell for that false hope 2 years in a row. Spoiler alert, I will not be predicting a peace deal in Ukraine for 2026, even though, ironically, this is the year where it's probably going to happen.
Looks like it's going to happen.
Yeah. And Trump did meet with Zelensky today. So, hey, there's 3 more days. Who knows? Maybe there's hope for me after all. But, yeah, no, that's a pretty embarrassing one. That was that's a pretty painful L to take. So right now I'm 1 for 3. But I do end in the black. I did predict an expansion of Greater Israel, specifically, military operations in these neighboring countries. And obviously we had the Iran strike and obviously expansion into Syria and Lebanon. So obviously that's a W there. The 12-day war with Iran is, evidence of that, I think, enough in and of itself to give me that point. And as I sort of a prediction within a prediction, when the 12-day war ended, I predicted that Netanyahu would agitate for another Iran strike by the end of the year. And what do you know? Trump is meeting Netanyahu tomorrow in Mar-a-Lago, where Bibi is set to pitch more military action against Iran. So I'll give myself the point there. I think that's fair. And this one is a win, too. Trump ends the year at about a 40% approval rating. If you look at the latest rounds of polls and you factor out the obvious sort of partisan right-wing polls, like what is it, IMG research? Don't quote me on that. I forget the exact name of it. But there's one that's like just a pretty clearly partisan Republican poll that has him at like 50 points approval rating, which is obviously a massive outlier. And Rasmussen always has him a little higher than he really is. But if you factor all those polls out, yeah, he's right there. I mean, we've covered it time after time on the show where he's failing to crack 40. Right. So then you put the outlier polls that have him, between 45 and 50, and you average that out to an approval rating of right about 40%. I think I called that one just about right. You could see the writing on the wall right from that H-1B visa rift before he even took office, the direction that this was going to go. It has gone even worse than I thought it was going to go, but his numbers ended right about where I thought they would. So we both had decent years. We both went 3 for 5. Could have been better, could have been worse. A difficult year to predict. Trump is nothing if not unpredictable. And so all things considered, I think we we proved to you guys why we are the most trusted name in independent YouTube news and commentary. Both going 3 for 5 for predictions for 2025.
Yeah, we report, you decide.
Exactly. Overall, I think we did very well. All right.
Everybody's saying they're very smart guys.
Everybody's saying they did very well. They did a good job.
They say the Cowsheep people watch them.
Yeah, right. Exactly. All right. Let's go to some super chats and Rumble rants before our final category of the evening. Stoy Black says, "It seems I found your button. I love you, Keaton." Thank you, Stoy Black. Appreciate that. Vienticus Prime. As bad as the Stranger Things episode has been panned, just look up the hilarity that is the new season of One Punch Man. It's more batshit crazy. I never even heard of that one. But thank you, Vienticus.
Yeah, that's an anime.
Oh, okay. Someone pointed out the notion that all these companies are doing away with piracy by making stuff no one would want to pirate. Yeah, there you go. Stoey Black, talk about the Jew tunnels more. Thank you, Stoey Black. Appreciate that. I think your video's frozen. Is your video frozen? Oh, now you moved. You weren't moving.
Yeah,
before.
I'm having, my computer's having some issues today.
Tell Matt Walsh I will give him $100 to donate his beard to Jimmy Dore. Thank you, Stoey Black. Appreciate that. All right, now you're moving. All right, want to take some super chats?
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I'm having some weird stuff today. Sirius Lee, FYI, Bukele is of Palestinian descent. Shame. Yeah, I've heard that. Soon Heaven. Can you guys invite on Dr. Shiva? No, we cannot.
No.
We don't need to have that guy on to scream cocksucker. We can scream cocksucker just fine on our own.
Yeah.
Crypto Bambi. DD. Thanks for a fantastic year in 2025. Been watching you guys since 15,000 followers. Thank you very much. Love to see your channel grow. Epic coverage and good laughs. Looking forward to 2026. Thank you very much. I'll do one more. Andy Gardner, my predictions were 4 for 5. Damn you, Gutfeld Bible Camp.
Yeah, good one. All right, let's move right on along. Let's see here. Where are we at? 2025. What happened? What did I do? Okay, here we go. All right, here we are, folks, to make our predictions for the coming year, 2026. We do this every year. We register 5 predictions. And then at the end of the year, of course, we fill out our scorecard to see how we did. Russ and I each went 3 for 5 last year. So we both came out winners on balance for 2025. And now we'll see how we do in 2026. So as we head into 2026, we are anticipating the imminent resignation of FBI Deputy Director Dan Bongino, which he has already announced. So that one is not officially in the bag, but it is all over until the fat lady sings, as he has signaled his resignation. I am registering a prediction in 2026 that at least one major cabinet member resigns. I don't believe it'll be Rubio, since he is really being talked about for vice president in 2028. I think that would fuck up their plan a little bit too much. But I think either Pam Bondi, and Kash Patel is not technically a cabinet member, I guess, as FBI director. But, I will count him as a major player, one of the major Trump players, one of the big team members. It could be a chief of staff, Susie Wiles. Again, technically, I don't know if they call that a cabinet member. But one of the big heavy hitters in Trump world, Pam Bondi, RFK, Tulsi, Rubio, somebody on that level. I don't think it'll be RFK, and I don't think it'll be Marco Rubio. But I think at least one other person will resign. If I had to bet, I would bet it would be Pam Bondi, since she's on such thin ice with the base. The base has screamed for her to be fired before. I think this Epstein thing is only going to get worse. So Patel and Bondi will be probably the two that I think will most likely to resign. But I don't know who exactly it's going to be. But I think we'll get at least one more major Trump team resignation before the year is over. I am also anticipating another Iran-Israel military exchange, similar to what we had last year. I hope that does not happen, of course. I hope it doesn't get worse, and I hope we don't get, drawn into a war with Iran on Israel's behalf. That came very, very close to happening this year, and when it didn't, I said, don't breathe a sigh of relief so fast. The Israelis want this war with Iran. They've wanted it for decades, and now they see their opportunity to get it. I said they were going to be agitating for it again before year's end. That turns out to be true. Here we are, December 28th. By the time most of you will have watched this clip, Bibi will have already lobbied Donald Trump to attack Iran. Who knows? We may have attacked her. This prediction may be true by the time people even watch this clip. Like I said, I hope that is not the case, but I don't think we are out of the woods here regarding Iran. I think Israel is chomping at the bit to attack again. And they got Miriam's $200 million man in there now is their chance. So I predict another exchange will happen in 2026. I would love to be wrong about that one. That is an L I sincerely hope that I take. All right, we got a couple election-related predictions, and then my big one, my big Hail Mary into the end zone for 2026. In terms of the elections, first in the primaries, I do think Thomas Massie will survive the primary challenge, the MAGA primary challenge, and fend off whoever Donald Trump recruits to run against him. He's very popular amongst his voters, and I think the MAGA brand is only going to get worse between now and when that primary takes place. So I do imagine Thomas Massie will win the primary challenge against him and go on to be elected back into Congress in November. In terms of macro election news, obviously we have a midterm coming up this year. I predict the Democrats will win 30-plus seats in the House and flip the Senate. So 30-plus House seats doesn't look like a huge blue wave on paper, but it would put them on the doorstep of 250 House members. Part of the reason I'm not anticipating a bigger blue wave than that is because they're already at, 213 seats. In order to have a big wave, you usually start with a few fewer seats than that, because there's only so many seats you can win because of the gerrymandering and the way they are arranged. So 250 is about the ceiling that any party can hit now in the modern era, as polarized as the country is. And so if the Democrats are starting at 190, I might predict a 50-seat wave like we saw for the Republicans in 94, or the Republicans again in 2010. Since the Democrats are already kind of halfway there, I'll say 30-plus seats flipped in the House. The Senate is a much tougher nut to crack for them, but they do have an opportunity. They're at 47 seats. I think they'll win in Maine. I think they'll win in North Carolina, where the incumbent is retiring. At that point, they need 51 because they don't have the presidency, remember. So 50 doesn't cut it because Vance would be the tiebreaker for the Republicans. They need 2 out of these 5. They need 2 out of Iowa, Ohio, Florida, Alaska, and Texas. So they need Maine and North Carolina plus 2 out of those last 5. They have Sherrod Brown running in Ohio, who is a known quantity, former senator in the state. Iowa is not a deep red state. It's trended red since Trump burst onto the scene, but Obama did win Iowa twice, and Iowa's been really hit hard by the tariffs. And so we've seen polling move in a big way away from the Republicans in Iowa. So that's their path to the Senate right there. They got to win Maine and North Carolina, which I think they're favored to. And then they take 2 out of those 5, and they get to 51. That is my prediction. And my big prediction, my Hail Mary prediction, and my Hail Mary prediction in 2024 was that Joe Biden would not be the nominee. That came true. My Hail Mary prediction this year, with an asterisk, mind you, is the resignation of Donald Trump as president of the United States. Now, that's a big one. I know that's a big one. And the reason I put an asterisk next to it is that I'm not fully confident it'll happen in the calendar year 2026. It's my prediction is if it happens, it'll happen at or around the midterms or around the time when the new Congress is seated, which will be in January of 2027. So it could happen January. I'm giving myself a little bit of wiggle room there, But what I'm essentially saying is you're going to see resignation rumors heat up in the same way that they did after the debate debacle that Joe Biden had in 2024. And my rationale for this is as follows. The establishment right now, whoever the establishment is, and I would argue the establishment at this point is the establishment in power, which is the big tech establishment, the Larry Ellison establishment, the Peter Thiel establishment, the Elon Musk establishment. They're all in for the Trump agenda, which means they're all in for J.D. Vance in 2028. J.D. Vance is their guy. J.D. Vance is Peter Thiel's guy. He handpicked J.D. Vance from a trailer park, wherever he grew up at, Ohio, and made him his man. J.D. Vance is the liaison between MAGA and this tech oligarchy.
Yeah.
So they are very invested in him becoming the nominee for the Republicans in 28 and winning the general election in 28. I think in their mind, that is going to be a very, very difficult to impossible task if Donald Trump remains president for these 4 years and tanks the brand to the point where J.D. Vance might not even make it through a primary. Because don't forget, they do have this ascendant wing, this Marjorie Taylor Greene, this Thomas Massie sort of anti-MAGA, America First kind of wing, who may not be a big enough threat to the Trump wing now. But we're 1 year in, and Trump's sitting at a 40% favorability rating, and the big, beautiful bill has not hit yet. In the way that it will.
And Vance doesn't have it factor.
And he doesn't have the it factor. So I think in their mind, what they're thinking is if Trump stays in and Vance has to fight his way through a contested primary and essentially run as a third term for Donald Trump, that's going to be really, really tough. He might not even make it through a primary. If he does, a general is going to be really hard. So the way they can make this happen is if Donald Trump resigns, he's old, he's sick, he can't do the job anymore. Great job, go play golf, have fun. J.D. Vance then becomes the president, gives him enough time to rewrite the narrative, establish his own record that's distinguishable from Trump's record. At that point, the primary is taken care of. At that point, J.D. Vance cruises to the nomination. It's almost impossible to primary an incumbent president, right? As we've learned. So at that point, half the battle's won. Now he is the nominee. And with the advantage of incumbency, don't forget, the Democrats have a pretty from hunger field of candidates that they're looking to put up there. The top 4 polling on the Democrat side are Gavin Newsom, Kamala Harris, AOC, and Pete Buttigieg. All 4 of those candidates are extremely beatable if you give yourself a fighting chance to beat them. And in my mind, if Donald Trump stays around and shits the bed for 3 more years, it makes J.D. Vance a very, very tough sell, both in the primary and against the Democrats, even against a guy like Newsom. To me, their only chance to feel good about J.D. Vance really cementing the legacy of this techno-feudalist program is to convince Donald Trump, job well done, go play golf, you're old, you're sick. J.D. takes over, he rewrites a narrative, builds himself some momentum, gets through the primary in no contest, and at that point, as the incumbent, maybe he wins. Otherwise, I think this whole movement is on a one-way road to ruin. And so the Republicans being more serious about actual power than the Democrats, I think they may find a way to pat Donald Trump on the back and get him to retire early. He is a stubborn bastard, just the way Joe Biden was, but the way this is all going between Epstein and the big, beautiful bill and the approval rating and the fact that they really do have their guy. I mean, Peter Thiel is the establishment now. These tech people, they are the men behind the curtain running the show. To the extent they're invested in Vance, it is in their interest to get Donald Trump to resign. And I think midterms being what they are, it's his chance to do it. Plus, does Donald Trump really want to go through impeachment after impeachment investigation? If the Democrats win, which I think they will, it's almost certain they'll win the House. Yeah, the last 2 years of a Trump presidency are going to be hell for him. He's just going to be impeached over and over again, investigated over and over again. To me, it's better for everybody in Republican circles if Donald Trump calls it a presidency a couple years early. And so that's my pitch for my big prediction. We'll see if the ball gets caught in the end zone or if it lands on the grass.
Yeah, I think you're right. I agree with you that it's hard to predict whether it'll be within the calendar year.
Yeah, I don't know about the calendar
But
year,
like, does he not resign before 2028? I agree with you. I would say the odds actually are better that he does.
Yeah. And I think if he's going to do it around the time of the midterms makes sense. Again, can't guarantee it this calendar year, but I would give myself till February of 27. So
All
there you
right.
have it. All right.
You're on the record.
I'm on a record. All right, go
Okay.
ahead. You got it.
Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. No, this is just be yours. Yeah. We'll go straight through.
All right. Hang on. Let me
going straight through.
Let me get my banners up.
Bring it home.
Okay. I have often said I find financial news more reliable than political news because it's kind of the racing form. They're not ideological. They just want to make money. They're degenerate gamblers. So that having been said, there's a whole cottage industry in hair on fire. The market is crashing next week because fear attracts attention. So you always have to take it with a grain of salt when people say that. But I think there are so many factors that are going to come together in 2026 that I am going to make the kind of prediction I usually don't for aforementioned reasons. Market crash, defined as a decline of more than 20% in the market averages. And I'm saying that across all three of the major averages, S&P, Dow, NASDAQ. I think the long predicted asset bubble is going to pop this year. Now, that is partly because of the consequences of the big, beautiful bill and the enormous financial burden that's going to place on American households when those insurance premiums explode. You're going to get that at the same time that tariffs are really going to come into full effect in terms of their impact on the price of consumer goods. A lot of companies hoarded stuff in anticipation of it. They're going to be out of that. Things are going to be very expensive. Nobody can really afford a house now. And you're starting to see housing prices coming down in a lot of markets as a result. But you don't have the interest rates coming down to a point that it could actually stimulate demand. And Trump's going to start a war, man. He's going to start a war in South America, or you're going to have a war in Iran. You put all of this together, I don't see how you get to the end of 2026 without a crash. Not a correction. That's 10%, a crash. I think, and of course the AI goes without saying. You know, you have these companies committing over $1 trillion on businesses that make a few $1 billion. If history teaches us anything, eventually gravity will win. Eventually gravity will win. A bubble can go on for a very long time, but sooner or later, you get the tech bubble in the 90s, you know, you get the South Sea crash, you get tulip mania. AI is looking a lot like that. I think with all the plates you've got spinning, you get a crash. It's not the kind of prediction I usually make because that's notoriously difficult to predict the timing on that. But that's my call, and I'm sticking with it. ICE deployed to suppress civil unrest. These things are all kind of related. What happens when you've got an America where people are fucking broke? They can't afford health care. They can barely afford food. Nobody can get a job because they're cutting jobs left and right. We did that story a couple of weeks ago. It's harder to get a job than to get it to Harvard now. What's the result of that? You're going to get civil unrest. What does this administration do in the face of civil unrest? They're going to send out their domestic police force. I've said that from the beginning. ICE is not about immigrants. It's about using immigrants as a pretext to build a national police force, to build a United States police force that can be used to enforce ideological agendas on the American people and to impose a kind of fascist level of control a kind of de facto martial law over the country. I think you're going to get civil unrest as a result, partly of the fallout from the one big beautiful bill, partly from the fallout of my predicted market crash, and they're going to deploy ICE to act as police against the American people. This is a related prediction. The Trump administration attempts to charge at least one American left activist under terrorism provisions, possibly under the provision of providing material support to terrorism. If you look at the language that they've been talking, Stephen Miller, Pam Bondi, about looking at dismantling Antifa and these left organizations and networks, well, where does that lead? What are they talking about? What are they describing? They want to try to prosecute political activists as terrorists, something that anyone who is paying attention to has been warning about since they passed the Patriot Act in 2001, that sooner or later you were going to get an administration that was going to test the limits of what they could do with this against domestic political dissent. And here we are. They are sending out all the signals that that is what they're planning to do. It's only left for them to do it. I think when you combine that with the civil unrest, I think you're going to see this year as a result of their own policies. You put that all together, they're going to test it out. They're going to try a prosecution and see if it can survive court challenges. Going to my pop culture comfort zone. Avengers Endgame box office underperformance puts the final nail in the MCU coffin. The Mandalorian and Grogu also underperforms. Honestly, I think that's an easy call. I think that's a no-brainer. Now, when I say puts the final nail in the coffin, I don't mean they're not going to make any of those. They're going to scale back considerably and start to really try to think about how else they can make money, because that is going to show them that the superhero thing is done. It's done. It's the days when you could just throw Spider-Man up there and that's it. That's your nut for the year. It's over. That Avengers Endgame movie, it's nuts. It's nuts. They're now they've gotten so desperate. They're just bringing back the legacy characters. God knows what they're paying Steve Rogers to come back. What's his name again? You wouldn't know, right? Chris Evans.
Evans, yeah.
They're paying Chris Evans. God knows what they're paying Robert Downey Jr. to get him to come back as Dr. Doom. It's this whole multiverse thing nobody cares about. Nobody's invested in these characters. They're purely relying on member berries, and I think people have pretty well moved on. Like it'll take in some money, but I think they spent so much on this. They're going to end up losing money on it, and the whole thing's just going to be unsustainable going forward. And Mandalorian and Grogu, who gives a shit at this point? Like, who cares?
So the chat is saying it's Doomsday, not Endgame.
Oh,
Is
yeah.
that right?
Look,
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, see, we both did flubs in our on our banners. Yeah, we both have banner flubs.
I am
Doomsday.
retroactively predicting that
Yes.
one of the biggest movies of all time it flopped. No, yes, I mean Doomsday. Yes, you're right. So yes, I think that will be a flop, and Mandalorian and Grogu is also going to flop. And finally, we're going to have one of these people on after this prediction. I believe the American Communist Party is going to see a membership surge this year. This is why. And again, all of these are kind of connected except for the pop culture thing. Okay, so what happens? You get a lot of social unrest. You get increasingly fascist crackdowns from the administration. And what's the DSA doing, and what's its candidates doing? Making a lesbian with no experience the fire chief for New York City. That's what they're doing. You're going to see more, and Mamdani, with some of the moves that he's making right now, and with the way Adams battened down the hatches before he left office to block his rent freeze, it's seeming increasingly unlikely to me that you're going to see a rent freeze this year. So so at that point you wind up with the worst of the woke left with none of the economic promises. That opens up a big lane for alternative arguments. I think you're going to start to get a lot of disappointment with the DSA, and people are going to start looking for more radical alternatives. Of every far left group, and I don't use that as a pejorative, of course, of every far left group that I see out there, the ACP seems to be strategically positioning itself to bring in people who are looking for an alternative to the Democrat light thing that DSA is. And they're positioning themselves very well to make that argument and bring in people who are disaffected. Now, I'm not saying the Communist Party is going to be, they're going to be on the debate stage in 2028, but I think they're going to see a surge in membership, and they're going to start to break out into the mainstream conversation in a way that they haven't been able to do so far.
All right, those are very bold predictions. You really went big this year with those. It's interesting. I don't know. Because for me, with all of your predictions, I don't know that the administration has the capital to pull off a lot of.
I mean, you've always liked Robert Downey Jr. Okay.
Yeah, right.
I've
always been a shill for Robert Downey Jr. Yeah. I just don't know that they have the capital to pull all of that off. I think if you're talking about a high level prosecution, I think what they're really interested in, not that they don't want to crack down on activists. Of course, the ICE has been used to crack down on activists. But I think they really want to go after the money. They want to go after the people who fund progressive organizations. So I think if there's going to be a high profile case like that, it'll likely be against one of them. Yeah, man, they seem to have a lot less power in real life than they have on paper now. And so that's where there's some hope. But we will see. That's a bold prediction set for sure.
I mean, you're talking about fascist crackpots. Like you're not at that point. You're not talking about what they should do.
No, I know.
You're talking about people who lost
I know.
the immigration issue.
Yep.
Which they pretty much quickly by the things that they did. They did not build ICE to go after.
No, I agree, dude. I've been saying that about ICE the whole time. Yeah. No, I mean, I agree.
You get rioting. You get civil unrest. They're going to send ICE out there, man. They already kind of had.
No, I agree about that.
They've been going up to the line. Oh, the charging. That one's a little bold, but when I look at what they're doing with, I always forget. Ken Klippenstein has it as his handle now. What is it?
NSPM7.
Yeah. When you look at all that, when you look at the rhetoric from Bondi, she just recently put out a directive to start compiling lists. When you look at the rhetoric of Stephen Miller, it's what they want to do. So you ask, will they do it? I think they will. I think they're good. That's why I say one. I think they're going to grab somebody and see if they can get away with it.
Well, don't forget, I mean, NSPM 7, when it comes to all that, like this bust that they made about New Year's Eve, remember there was the high-profile bust that they made with the Turtle Island group or whatever it was? Yeah. That, to me, sounds like NSPM 7, which is, like I said, I'm not trying to dismiss it and say it's not important. It is important. It's what... I mean, the American left has been persecuted for as long as there's been an American left.
Sure.
And what they did to the Newburgh Four guys was the same thing. What they did to O'Malley was the same thing. I mean, under Biden, you had anti-capitalist groups on watch lists. I think what this administration, I think, is going to do is they're going to amp up those law enforcement efforts to infiltrate groups and create plots that aren't there and set people up. I think that's what's going to happen, which, again, like, that's bad. I'm not saying that's not a concern. But I think that is, I don't want to say, look, you never want to normalize something like that because all of these are real threats to, constitutional rights. But that NSPM 7 memo did not come out of nowhere by any means. Like the left has always been infiltrated and persecuted and fucked with in ways that the right hasn't.
Sure, I'm saying they're going to take it to that place.
Sure,
They're gonna use the Patriot Act and provisions like that in a way they've never been used before.
All right. Well, those are the predictions. We both kind of went big in a little different ways, but we will see. We will see how it all shakes out. All right, let's go to some final Rumble rants and super chats, and then we will go to our Q&A. So the Q&A, folks, is at dodissidents.com/Rumble. You can head on over there if you want to hang out for the Q&A. All are welcome to watch. Patrons are welcome to call in, so please do. Let's see here. Oh, sorry, I forgot to clear out that one. Okay, EO Shush, did you guys see Zelensky's latest tweet? Take that, L. Keaton. I didn't. I looked for it once I saw you there, though. Russ, I noticed your haircut. Bold choice. Props. There you go.
Is it not bold? Just
No,
a short
I think
haircut.
it looks good. Can you guys improve on an RFK versus Noam Chomsky conversation? I'll pay for it. How much? How much you can pay for it? We should have them argue over where they're sitting on the plane. I'm going to call in tonight. Okay, I'm a bit of a Luddite,
right.
though. Do I need to download an app? Rich from Buffalo. No. If you're a patron, the link is in the email that you get sent. There's a newsletter for everybody that goes out. And on the patron newsletter, you get the link to call in. Raven Laz says at the Wailing Wall that jizz resin has a lot of protein in it. If you eat it, it's like taking 1,000 milligram shot of testosterone. That's why I have a rock hard abs at 70. Happy New Year. Thank you, Raven Laz. Appreciate that. All right. Bring us home with these last super chats.
All right. Cowboy Kitties, update on my sister-in-law was taken by ICE. We've appealed her deportation thanks to all of you. You're the best. Love you. That was good to hear, man.
Great to hear. Thank you, Cowboy Kitty, for the update. Appreciate that.
And Terrabang 5000, I hate your predictions because yours are beautiful and mine are weak.
Yeah.
They're weak. Dendro Bates, Happy New Year, guys. Here's to another great year. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Michael in Taiwan. They'll try to hold Trump in place for 2 years so Vance can run twice and serve 10 years.
Well, that's what I mean. Well, I mean, past the midterm. I mean, yeah, that would make sense. Sure. 2 years would be end of this coming year.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. That's what makes sense to me. I think it makes sense to them too. They just have to convince Trump to go and relax and play golf. Which I don't think that's going to be. I mean, yes, he's an egomaniac, but does he want to deal with the impeachments when the Democrats win the House? I don't know.
Probably not.
Yeah, I mean,
and then he can blame them because of these radical left lunatic
exactly,
Democrats.
Right.
You are going to lose the greatest president you ever had.
Right. Exactly. As long as he can look like a winner in his own mind, I think that's really all he cares about at the end of the day. All right, folks. Thanks very much for being here tonight. Thanks to Jake in the booth. Thanks to our mods for keeping the peace in the chat. Thanks to the YouTubers. Thanks to the Rumblers. DoDissidents.com/Rumble is where you go for the Q&A. All are welcome to join. Members are welcome to call in, so you can form that call-in line right now. And we will see you in 5 minutes after a brief intermission.
Hang on. We got one under the wire.
One more came in.
Thank you, guys. I would like to say you guys helped me to keep my sanity, but I would be lying.
All right. Well, we tried.
All right.
We gave it our best shot. That's the link if you want to hang out for the Q&A. There will be a 5-minute intermission, after which we will, of course, be taking calls from our members, and then we will see you all again Tuesday, 1 p.m. Eastern. Tuesday will be the last show of the week. We are off on New Year's Day, so we get another kind of holiday breather, which comes in handy. Nose to the grindstone workers that we are here. At least, as hard as podcasters can work, to the extent this is real work. But thanks, everybody, for being here tonight. Appreciate you all. As always, until we see you again, be it in 5 minutes after this intermission or Tuesday at 1 p.m., be safe and be well.
Courage!
Please clap.